At Chavez Ravine, it would get busted up. So probably good for St. Louis that they lose this streak now.
Braves, magic number down to 1. Boy, they needed wins against Philadelphia, and Charlie Morton and Max Fried threw a couple of gems for them. The Rays, Tampa Bay, my team, clinched the top seed through the American League playoffs for the second year in a row, back-to-back years as the regular season American League champions. Their last team to do that, Brown?
I don't know, Yankees.
Yankees, 2012.
So
When in doubt.
normally when it's American League, you go Yankees.
That is amazing because I would have thought by now when I first went to a Rays game years and years ago, this organization is not going to make it. There's no fan support. The facilities are terrible. It's just a terrible product.
It's remarkable
overall.
what you do with your resources.
You know what's changed? Nothing.
Yeah.
Still a terrible stadium, no fan support. Just the talent's really good.
And now you're supposedly playing games in Montreal next year, right?
They're going to have a logo and push that during the playoffs to make that happen. I will tell you, one of our viewers sent me a note that I didn't even know, but the AAA race franchise won their league championship. The AA race franchise, the Biscuits, ended up losing by 1 game, I think, from being the champion. Single A race won the league championship, and Low A ball won the championship.
You guys came close last year.
A lot of talent there. We'll see if the Rays parent club can get it done. And Milwaukee closer Devin Williams, he gets our parting shot today. Too much to drink after the Brewers clinched the playoffs. Got back to his hotel room, punched a wall, fractured his hand, his pitching hand.
Smart.
Done for the season as they go to the playoffs.
Happens to all of us, man.
Yep.
Well, the thing is they were celebrating. That's what's crazy is they were celebrating. He gets back to the room, punches the wall, and such a great setup guy for Josh Hader. That's a big loss for the Brewers, who, by the way, have been in the postseason 4 consecutive years now.
And that's our show today. We're back with you tomorrow from down in T-Town. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Cast your stones. Ooh,
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we're live from Tuscaloosa at Innisfree as we get going today. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester back in our next round studios. And we'll crank the party up here in Tuscaloosa. We'll kick this off, and the folks from Fox will roll in here later on Saturday. And Clay Travis's big bus outside. I said big bus outside, didn't I, LT? I'm trying to enunciate this morning. I've never seen a bus painted up like the one Clay has got the big noon kickoff on Fox to paint up his big bus outside.
I didn't know what Clay was doing in the offseason. Apparently lifting, right?
Throwing it around?
Yeah.
The bus is outside. The party's at Innisfree right here in Tuscaloosa, as it has been for decades, and you can come by as the doors open today. Even right now, they'll let you in, and you can start getting ready for a huge contest, the biggest game in the country this week in Tuscaloosa, as Ole Miss, being painted as a team with a chance to pull off the upset, takes on number 1 Alabama and the defending national champion. And welcome to Locktober, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
October's here, and that's when Lance's locks them in for you in Locktober. So we're full bore football on the show as we get going. But let's look at what happened last night first, and we'll start in the college game, where before you get to the end and you have college kicker, and I don't know if anybody did anybody when you were growing up want to be a kicker when they were young? Did you have a friend that wanted to be a kicker?
You had some soccer players that wanted to be the kicker.
Well, y'all went to big schools then, not at Saks. You know who kicked at Saks?
The punter and the quarterback.
Oh, wait. No, it was like the left guard or the left tackle.
Yeah, had one of those tie-up shoes.
Yeah. He'd have the square toe shoe, and you would tie up the toe so it was pointed up in the air.
Mark Mosley straight on.
Oh yeah, gosh, yes, straight on, and he would punt too. And the thing was, anytime you scored, you risked delay of game because he had to fly to the sideline, take his cleat off, get that shoe on, and run back out there and kick. Extra points in smaller schools than you guys went to were an absolute adventure. Like most of the time, you'd miss the first 2, and then you just start going for 2 the rest of the game.
Well, we had kicking in the college and the pro game last night. And the college game, before you even get to the end, LT and Brownie, you had the world's most – I mean, it's going to be a top 10 catch all time for me on that touchdown reception there in that game where the Miami guy's going for the interception.
Well, he should have picked it. I don't know how he didn't.
It goes through his hands, but it ends up bouncing off the back and right in to Dontavion Wicks's hands there. It's one of the greatest catches of all time. Put him at the ESPYs right now. Book his room, book his ticket.
Well, too bad that didn't mean more. I mean, I know in that particular moment in the game, Miami was making that comeback. It seemed like they were out of that game. But, Virginia sits at 3-2, and now Miami's 2-3. What a bitter disappointment. I mean, they were a top 10 team, right? I know they were top 15 coming into the year.
Here in Miami?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think 14
or 15 in the country going to the Alabama game.
I think that lost you a stake, too.
Oh, no. How did Dunaway lose a stake on
They've got to win the rest just to push, so I can't win.
That lost you a stake.
Yeah. I mean, that team, we got more to get into with Manny Diaz. That team is struggling there, but you get to the kick at the end, and you don't get the kick. And that's a tough loss. Miami, nobody expected them, right, to beat Alabama. Nobody. You didn't expect it. And then they beat App State, but nobody expected it to be that close. But you always give respect to App State. They saved the cat, and they beat App State.
Well, and you give them a pass because they were coming off that Alabama, that physical, grueling game that, you figured Miami was really up for that game, although they couldn't compete with Alabama. So you give them a pass because you're right. Appalachian State is a brand, and they were coming out of the Alabama game.
Okay, but then comes Michigan State, and you say to yourself, okay, if we're 14th in the country to start the year, we haven't hit our stride yet. We've got Michigan State down south in the heat of Miami. We should win that game. Not close. They get dominated. And then you get to your ACC kickoff last night and against a Virginia team that hasn't looked fantastic. And you think to yourself, okay, this is a new season. You're playing for a division championship. We can set the table and look very different. And the first thing you see as they give me an aerial, which if I was the University of Miami, I would say no aerials, please.
Yeah, we got to ground the blimp.
They've got a crowd that UAB will laugh at on Saturday night. UAB will double up what Miami had in the stands last night. And with all due respect to what is a beautiful stadium, we have been there. It is just this is why I don't think Miami could ever get Mario Cristobal to leave Oregon to go back to his school, and they're going to struggle to get the right guy because the fan support is not what it was at the Orange Bowl. The atmosphere is not what it was at the Orange Bowl. The funding, the buzz, any of that's not what it was at the Orange Bowl. I don't want to be the old guy on the show,
right?
But Miami was better with the old decrepit Orange Bowl.
Well, they have no home field advantage. And you guys probably went to a couple of these Alabama-Miami Sugar Bowls. They had some fans. They didn't have a ton of fans. But the big problem for Miami, the undergrad tuition is insane. So you would think that's a university that has some resources. Do what UAB just did and build a new stadium in Miami. I mean, if you really want to put something behind that program, because students aren't going to drive 45 minutes from campus. They're just not going to do it.
I just don't know. I mean, I guess they're a private university. I guess they've pumped out some guys. They've certainly pumped out some NFL players. So I just don't know if they've got the resources to do anything like that. I mean, that is expensive building a stadium. And it seems like a tough sell in a pro town to build a stadium for a college team.
You're going to have a lot of people look at what UAB and the city of Birmingham have done with this stadium. And I know it's a Power 5, it's in the ACC, but for a program like Miami, I'm with you, LT. If you throw a little 45,000 seater right there on campus, it's going to be too small for the Florida State game, right? When you have Florida State at home, it's going to be too small.
I'll play that at Hard Rock.
Nothing's big enough for that, right?
Yeah, go old school. Alabama play Allegiant Field for that one.
Yeah, nothing's going to be big enough for that. But for everything else, 45,000 would be perfect for Miami. So we're off and rolling. And Miami's not. And we'll talk about Manny Diaz's future in just a second after I tell you part of the show on the road today being brought to you by the great folks at the Alabama Men's Clinic. You can take a second right now, guys, as you're riding into work today and listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping right now? Is your energy down? Are your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be something as simple as low testosterone, and the folks at Alabama Men's Clinic can give you a solution. They can solve that problem with a low T treatment right now. All you have to do is go by alabamamensclinic.com, alabamamensclinic.com, or call to set up the appointment, 205-598-7000. And the website, again, alabamamensclinic.com. You make that appointment. You go in. You get a medical consultation and blood work if medically advised, and you start your low T treatments that day in the office. Your first visit is free. Low T can cause you many problems, including depression in your life. It's time to get checked out today. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number, again, 205-598-7000, or right there at alabamamensclinic.com. Manny Diaz seems to be a dead man walking at this point. Even though he is trying to say the right things, he seems to be a guy to me that they're going to start very soon. I won't go as far as one of our viewers did yesterday and say they're going to fire him this weekend, but they do have an extended weekend to do this, playing on a Thursday night. Manny Diaz seems to be a guy who is having a hard time getting this revved up and going in the right direction. First, do you think Mario Cristobal would even consider it for his old school? And secondly, if I gave you the name Hugh Freeze at Liberty, could he work in a place like Miami? Do Cristobal first, then Hugh Freeze.
Okay, you've been pumping Cristobal on this for a while. I've never thought Oregon is an infinitely better program than Miami. The resources are better. I think Cristobal either can make a run at this USC job, which I know you don't want him, Lance, or cash in on the USC job to get even a better deal at Oregon, the way he did with Auburn last year when he leveraged Auburn for a better deal at Oregon, and he can get an even better deal now, especially with the way they're playing this year. So I think Cristobal, I don't see any way Miami could keep up financially with either USC or Oregon for Mario Cristobal.
Well, it's hard to speak in absolutes when you're talking about somebody's alma mater. And we saw it with Scott Frost, a little bit different. Now, I do think Central Florida might be a better program right now, the ability to win the Nebraska.
I think if Scott Frost could do it again, he wouldn't love his alma mater so much.
But going from Oregon to Miami, I agree with you. Again, you can never doubt the possibility just because he is a South Floridian guy. But if I'm him, I'm staying right there. All he's got to do is, he could even with one loss now because of that win at Ohio State. They can be a one-loss Pac-12 champion, and they're almost guaranteed in the college football playoff. You've got an opportunity right now to win championships at Oregon. I think you're miles and miles away at Miami. So to answer your question on my end, Dunaway, I say no. But Hugh Freeze is really interesting.
That's an interesting suggestion right there.
Okay, tell me about Hugh Freeze, and particularly to Miami, because we know Hugh Freeze can work to some degree at Ole Miss, the team that's here in Tuscaloosa. He had a couple of really good wins over Alabama, and he had that going in a good direction. And it does seem like some of the things that Hugh Freeze did back at Ole Miss wouldn't be frowned upon as much at Miami as they were in the SEC, or in 2022 as they were when it happened to him. So Hugh Freeze as a potential guy at a place like Miami, would it even work?
Well, insert your jokes here, but Hugh Freeze is a tireless recruiter. I mean, the guy got after it, Lance. He gave Ole Miss some of the best recruiting classes they've ever had, period. So that's, I mean, you drop him down in South Florida that is just full of football players with that type of offensive scheme, the excitement that scheme would bring. I think Hugh Freeze could flourish in Miami.
Well, you look, 1 year at Arkansas State, he wins 10 games. He goes to Ole Miss. He's a 4th and 25 away from getting Ole Miss to an SEC championship game. And say what you want about this year's Ole Miss team. I know we'll have a better gauge after tomorrow's game. I don't think they're going to be that close to the SEC championship game. And then Liberty last year, they were 10-1. They still got an opportunity to win double digits this year. This guy can coach. It's also an exciting brand of football. Now, you're not going to be able to get 3rd and 1s.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need a big defensive tackle to run on 3rd and short. That's what he used to do with Kim Dichie. But you're going to have a quality, exciting offense that people are going to want to play in.
And guess what? I don't think Miami's worried about baggage. You know, I think when you think Hugh Freeze, people worry about that baggage. Miami seems like a renegade program. Now, maybe the administration's a little bit different and they worry about things like that. But I'm to the point now, if I'm a Miami booster, I want somebody in there that's going to win. And it just hasn't worked.
It has not worked. That was the college side of the football last night. We also got rolling with a NFL game with a big, heavy tie into college and into this part. Last time I was in town for a full Bryant-Denny Stadium, the kind of party we're going to have this weekend in Tuscaloosa, starting with our lunch hour here at Innisfree in Tuscaloosa, was LSU 2019. We didn't have anything like we're going to have this weekend last year because of the pandemic, and that was the last time we had the atmosphere we're going to have this weekend. In that game back then was Joe Burrow, and last night, after another win at the NFL level for Joe Burrow, I don't know if you guys were watching on the NFL Network as he went to the set to do his interview. The Cincinnati fans who were there were chanting MVP, MVP. Joe Burrow, cool and calm, has that Bengals team at 3-1. And last night, they find former Auburn tight end, the least used guy in his college career, CJ Uzomah.
Yeah. Uzomah was really good. That was a difference maker. It scared me to death, too, because I had Jacksonville +7 last night. And he almost got away on that final possession. If that thing would have gone 21-0 at half, if Trevor Lawrence gets in on that 4th and goal right before half, I'm going to bed. I can't believe you actually stayed up to watch Joe Burrow on set. You absolutely never sleep. I was telling Brown on the way down, the worst decision I made, because I'm getting no sleep now, was staying up and watching the end of that game. But you got to give Joe Burrow and Cincinnati a lot of credit, because they were dead and gone at halftime. And maybe they just realized they were playing the Jacksonville Jaguars, but they came out and the offense was really efficient. You wonder what the long-term prognosis is for Joe Mixon, because he got a little banged up and was on the sideline at the end of the game there. But you talk about Joe Burrow, cool under pressure. He was great. And you start to look at the numbers, 25 of 32, 348, 2 touchdowns, no picks.
On the other side of that game. And this, I found this pretty amazing as long as he has coached. It is only the second time that Urban Meyer has had a 4-loss season. Think about that now. Only the second time he's had a 4-loss season. And did you realize?
Well, that topped my stat, because I was going to say it's his first ever 4-game losing streak.
And did you realize it's his first ever 4-game losing streak?
In any level, that's crazy.
That's crazy. But which one's more amazing, that he had never lost 4 games in a season, or that was his first ever 4-game losing streak?
Never lost 4 in a season.
I would say he's never had more than a 4-loss season.
I mean, either of them are incredible as long as the guy has coached.
I mean, 4-game losing streaks get you fired in modern football, right? Almost, you don't get a break from that. Sometimes.
Yeah, but don't we
just ask Manny Diaz?
I brought this up on the lock yesterday. They, played terribly against Houston, but they got a little bit better in week 2, a little bit better in week 3, and now I thought that they played pretty well last night. I mean, they played clean football, 2 penalties, no turnovers. Trevor Lawrence didn't wow anyone, but I didn't think they played bad. I think they are getting better.
Yeah, but they're 0-4. And, I mean, it's
They've lost 19 straight, by the way.
And you watched Urban Meyer, and I just saw the video of it. I didn't watch, the end, but I saw the video of Urban Meyer walking to midfield, looking for the handshake from Zach Taylor, and he just looks. But I think Urban, even in his greatest moments, has looked miserable.
Yeah,
right.
I can't remember the phrasing of how he said it in the post game. But he said basically his head was swimming. He couldn't answer a question. He goes, "I'm sorry, my head is swimming right now."
Well, he called it heartbreaking.
Yeah, heartbreaking loss.
That's week 4 in the NFL.
To the Bengals.
To the Bengals, and it's already a heartbreaking loss. I don't know if this guy can do this.
Well, that was the conversation that came out of it last night. Was he is starting to send the signals that he sent when he was at Florida and when he was at Ohio State when he started to bail out quickly from those gigs. Is he starting to, my head is swimming. I can't. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Good. I can't answer that question.
You want to be USC?
Yeah,
don't you?
there's an open spot.
Yeah,
he can have a job right now.
So that was the NFL last night in the college games. A lot to get to, including a matchup of unbeatens tonight with Iowa and Maryland doing battle tonight, kicking off 5 showdown games this weekend that pits unbeaten versus unbeaten in what is a monumental, the biggest one in a long time in college football. And, of course, it centers right here, just a few blocks from where we are at Innisfree and Tuscaloosa over at Bryant-Denny Stadium, where you have Ole Miss in town trying to knock down the giant #1 Alabama. Part of this show, Brownie and LT, being brought to you by the great folks at America's First Federal Credit Union.
America's First, Jimmy Dunaway, knows money isn't just about the bank, right? And banking isn't just about your money. What they know is it's about you and getting help with what you need when you need it. Am First was founded for you, and Am First has been putting you first ever since.
Yeah, and tonight's game now kicks off a weekend. Oh, actually, we did last night, but it keeps it rolling this weekend with Iowa and Maryland. You get that game going tonight at 7 o'clock on FS1. Of course, you've got another battle of unbeatens right out of game day tomorrow, Arkansas and Georgia. The last report from Kirby as they leave and go into hiding until they kick that game off, JT Daniels is good to go. No problem with his oblique. His lat is good to go. So they're piecing JT Daniels together like Humpty Dumpty going into this Arkansas game. It's the other quarterback, KJ Jefferson, that I am concerned about because you're not hearing a whole lot about his bruised knees. LT, you got to have KJ Jefferson 100% or as close as you can to have a chance for the Hogs to shock the world in Athens.
I agree. And KJ Jefferson, I think, is going to have to take, at least have some shots up top over that Georgia defense, because I don't know how you run on Georgia. You look at Arkansas this year, sitting at 4-0, 3 games they've gone 200-plus rushing. The one game they didn't, 197. Georgia, 35 straight games without allowing 200 yards on the ground.
35 straight.
Yeah.
I mean, they're in the most dominant run of defense we have seen in the SEC since probably like 9, 10, 11 Alabama, maybe.
Right.
12 Alabama was pretty good, but 11 Alabama was probably the gold standard for Alabama.
It is for me. 2011 is the best defense I've ever been around.
Yeah, but I think based on, and you don't have a ton of at least marquee names right now on this Georgia defense. But when you start to look at a defense that has scored more defensive touchdowns than they've allowed, 2-1 this year, they're giving up 6 points per game. They continue to play like this in today's football.
Yeah.
I mean, this is incredible what they're being able to do.
I mean, when they start running up against some better, more refined offenses, these defensive numbers aren't going to hold up. They're 5.8 a game? Is that what they're giving up right now? I mean, it's something crazy like that.
Well, you've got Arkansas this week, which I don't think Arkansas's offense is going to be able to do much.
It'll do more than 5 points a game.
And then you've got Auburn's offense, Kentucky's offense,
right?
Florida's offense, which should be getting better. Missouri, Tennessee, Georgia Tech, and Charleston Southern. I mean, this could really.
Right.
I mean, they could end up giving up 10 points per game
until they get to the postseason. They are not playing a lot of prolific offenses.
Appreciate your feedback on Twitter at Next Round Live this morning. Drake says with the Miami Hurricanes, the only home field advantage they have these days. Hookers and blow.
Yikes.
That's like a 1980s movie there.
Well, who was was it Nevin Shapiro?
It was Nevin Shapiro, yeah.
But I've got the solution. They just need to go to the Rock. I mean, he loves his alma mater.
How much you think he's got?
I think he's probably worth $500 million.
That's what I was going to say, $500 million.
He could buy him a stadium.
Do you know how much a stadium cost?
They're like $3 billion now, right?
I don't think
down payment.
I don't think they need a stadium. They need him to buy players.
Well, that's Nevin Shapiro can buy the players. He buys the stadium.
That's what I'm doing if I'm Rock. They come to me for the stadium. I say, let me just buy you some players, and we'll get really good, and that'll fund the stadium.
Yeah, Hard Rock Stadium is fine.
Yeah.
Really great players. Let him fund that. Twisted Methuselah. Appreciate that. He gives us the shipping is leaving and on the way from the Next Round store. You can go nextroundlive.com and buy those T-shirts. He's got 2 T-shirts on the way. A lot of you are complimenting the quick turnaround, the shipping going out early. While supplies last, you can jump into the shop right now, nextroundlive.com. Rocky's going to tell us about his realty man, and then we are going to come back with the Pick 6. We're live today in Tuscaloosa, Innisfree, Tuscaloosa, and we'll try to get LT. We'll try to get him perfectly served, not overserved. We'll try to get LT perfectly served before the show's over with and see if he can tell us Innisfree stories from back in his day. All right? Can we do that? Well, how many drinks will it take to get Lance to start opening up the vault of iconic moments inside Innisfree?
Have you spilt blood on this floor?
Save it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean
Save
to
it for the show. We're up against the break, Brownie. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Jim.
Later in the show, LT will answer that question. Have you ever spilt blood at Innisfree? We'll go any location around the globe at an Innisfree. Rockstar, tell us about your realty guy and take us to break, man.
Adam Mestre, man. It's Adam. He's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham. So he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make. So make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help you walk through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
You'll have to see it to believe it.
Gosh, dang.
Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. With the promise of the big one around every turn and a party around every inch of the campground, it's a tradition like no other, at a track like no other. And after it's all over, you still won't believe it ever happened. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd.
Man, that was wild.
Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Football season is now in full swing, and you need to be winning with us at Lance'sLock.com. You get the free lock during the show, but get even more with a subscription at Lance'sLock.com. Get Lance's full slate of college football games every Saturday, as well as Sunday's NFL, all with the same subscription. No complicated or expensive weekend packages. Get everything. All leagues, every day. Only $90 a month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to Lance'sLock.com and get on board with us.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
You guys have done it again because of the traffic right there in the shop, and now the pick six. We have shut down the website, so Forrester's going to work on that and try to get that back up and running in a second. NextRoundLive.com. Be patient. Operators are standing by. Part of our show today is being brought to you by the great folks at Michelson, where you can see clearly, hopefully, for an Alabama win this weekend.
Think about the money you are wasting on contacts and solutions each and every year. I don't deal with it anymore. I went to see Dr. Mark Michelson almost 20 years ago. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her that the Next Round sent you hassle-free consultation. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Again, make that call today. 205-969-8100, or for more information, you can always visit them online, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Couple of folks in here before the doors opened at Innisfree Tuscaloosa, already drinking a cold beer over here, and some friends and fathers of listeners of ours, and our own student reporter from Alabama, Senna House, is here, and she'll be hanging out with us for a lot of the afternoon. If you just want to come by and say hi to Senna and maybe work a T-shirt from her today. Over the lunch hour when you get out and about for this big game weekend. But let's start, as we do in this hour every day, with our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6. LT, is brought to you by the great folks at B-Dubs.
Yes, Buffalo Wild Wings. Make sure you stop by one of those great locations. And remember, they've got newly remodeled Highway 280, Highway 150. I was in the 280 location. Televisions all over the place. But if you're looking for great wings all weekend long, stop and see the guys at Buffalo Wild Wings. And remember, download the app. They can deliver all weekend long.
All right, let's go to the phones. You can join us on the Pepsi hotline, 205-734-0923. That's 205-734-0923. It is where we find Brett in New Mexico. Hello, Brett. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing great. You doing all right?
Yeah, heading into Huntsville. Hey, I just I got a question on the pick six because I haven't looked at it yet for Lance. I want to hear his best game.
Yeah, I lost Brett there. Heard him to start with, then lost Brett there. We'll have to try the phones a little bit later on there. Get
Hello?
connected back to those.
Hey, Brett.
There you are, Brett. Thanks, buddy.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Hey, no problem. Yeah, I haven't looked at the pick six games. I wanted Lance to give me his best game that he thinks is a good one to go on. And I just want to thank you guys for allowing us to hang out yesterday.
Well, thank you, Brett. Appreciate the phone call. LT on the Buffalo Wild Wings pick six. It is 6 tough games, and we actually had a couple of more that we could have squeezed in there. This may be the toughest slate of picks. If we have one person go 6-0, they deserve to be in the finals. Pick the toughest game to handicap, in your opinion, on our pick six list.
Well, I don't want to say Alabama Ole Miss, but it's really difficult. I don't know what you're getting out of Ole Miss. I think their offense has improved. Alabama's offense isn't close to what it was last year. Alabama would have covered this number last year, which is crazy. But sitting at 14.5 or 15, what are we running it at? 14.5?
I think it's 14.5. The website is right now being updated.
My gut tells me Ole Miss will hang, but my head tells me that Alabama wins this game going away. So it's to me, it's a really difficult game to handicap. Everybody I've talked to thinks it's stealing money with Ole Miss this weekend.
So I was talking to Lance about this. We rode over together, and I was talking to Lance about this. Normally, and I've been around Lance, you've been around Lance long enough, Jim, to know how he thinks when it comes to his locks and things of that nature. And here's how you normally think, I think, Lance, is whatever the public is all over in big numbers, you go the opposite way. Am I right about that, by and large?
Yeah, I mean, typically, I've got to like the game, and that's why I'm torn here. Like, if I had, like, no opinion on this game at all, I would be all over Alabama.
Okay. So whatever the public is again, but in this case, the public is all over Ole Miss. To what degree?
The money is probably 65% Ole Miss money.
Right. And yours, is that pretty big?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's significant.
And you like
to some.
you like quality favorites when the public is going against them heavily like that.
Yeah,
right?
this is one of those.
So this checks all the boxes.
Yeah, one of those weird weekends where you get a feeling that you're going to see a lot of top 10 losses.
Right.
But if you play the contrarian way, you can play a lot of quality favorites. You can play the number 1 and number 2 team this weekend, and you're against the public. Everybody is on Ole Miss. Everyone is on Arkansas right now.
How often can you play number 1 and number 2 against the public like that?
Not a lot.
Can I just tell you that it has swung very differently towards the end of the week? I'm just now clicking onto one of my favorite websites that shows a betting public, and now only 48% of the betting public is on Ole Miss.
You know that site you're looking at though, Dunaway? Yeah. It's
a layman's site.
No.
That's how they bait you in, Jim.
No, it's contests. So it's offense pool contest. So people actually go on there and they compete. So although you're getting a look at where people like what side, you're not really getting a money side. If that makes any sense.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, people aren't like wagering on that site that you're looking at.
Okay.
But I'll tell you, and
in office pools, basically, on this website, these game websites where nobody's betting real money, 48% of the people are on Ole Miss, 52% on Alabama. And usually when I'm making picks, I stay away from a game that close.
Yeah, well, it's well documented. Saban 23-0 against those former assistants, 14-9 against the number. So not only has he beaten assistants, been pretty good against covering.
The Buffalo Wild Wings pick six continues. We appreciate Brett's call there. You can always jump on the Pepsi hotline.
That was no help, by the way.
205-734-0923. He's banging his steering wheel in New Mexico right now going, LT was no help. 205-734-0923 on the Pepsi hotline. Another one of those tough games to me is the Cincinnati-Notre Dame game. We live in a world where Cincinnati is a favorite, right? Last I checked, Cincinnati's a favorite on the road at Notre Dame. Both are unbeaten. You can play that in the pick six. I heard a caller on Sirius XM ESPNU radio, and he's an old school Notre Dame guy, and he refused to call them Cincinnati. He called them Moeller. Now, if you know the history, that is Moeller High School in Cincinnati that used to, back when my granddad roamed the earth, would always feed player after player after player. It was a pipeline to Notre Dame. Moeller. They even fed a coach one time to Notre Dame.
Jerry Fowles.
Which was a disaster, right?
Which was a disaster.
Lost to Akron.
But he kept calling him Moeller. How is Moeller favored over Notre Dame? We're both unbeaten.
Well, they're a better team.
How crazy it's going to be. I never think of South Bend as a crazy place to play. I don't know about you guys.
I've been one time. I thought the atmosphere was okay, and it was when Tennessee was decent. But I thought the atmosphere was what you would get with one of the worst atmospheres in the SEC, if that makes any sense.
It really, I think it's an atmosphere like sometimes Bryant Denny used to get painted back in the day when Nick Saban wasn't here.
Yeah, I would say like a Gene Stallings versus Southern Miss and Bryant Denny. That's kind of what you get at Notre Dame, at least the one game that I went to. With all that said, to me, Cincinnati's the better team. They struggled in their one really tough game at Indiana.
But don't you worry, though, LT, that they're going to melt on this stage? This is their opportunity. Do you worry about them melting on this stage?
I don't, because I think Luke Fickell's been in these situations before. Desmond Ridder is one of the best quarterbacks. He will be the best quarterback on the field. And Cincinnati up front defensively is really good. This is the first time they've been a road favorite against a ranked opponent since 2009. They haven't been in these spots a lot. And you look at Notre Dame, 8-2, their last 10 is a home dog.
The Buffalo Wild Wings pick 6 continues on. John writes in at Next Round Live. It looks like you guys are doing your show from home. How do I know you're at Innisfree in Tuscaloosa? Well, let me see if I can do this here.
Oh, this is going to be good.
There is student reporter Senna over there. Hey, just showing the world.
Yeah, that looks like Innisfree, Jim.
There's
I agree.
Innisfree over here.
Yeah, that's not your house.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're over there.
If that's your house. You got a pretty cool spot. Yeah.
So there we go. This would be a great sports room, though.
It would be.
And I've got to. I just learned that I'm told Brian Pasek is popular again here in Tuscaloosa.
Why would Brian Pasek be popular in Tuscaloosa?
Well, I mean,
They retired his jersey here.
It's hanging in the rafters.
He's got kids that are in school here now. Brian Pasek's old enough to have kids in college.
Yeah.
And they've got his jersey here at Innisfree, Tuscaloosa.
Hanging in the rafters at Innisfree.
And if you're wondering about us, there's the setup down the line.
Yep.
So there we go.
That was a great tour, Jim.
Well, there you go. It was a POV, right? Point of view from me.
So now proven we are here.
Yeah, we're 100% here.
So there you go. We are at Innisfree in Tuscaloosa as we continue on with the Pick 6. You can go play now. It is open for you and back up and running. NextRoundLive.com. It's easy. Go to the website. You click on the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6. You pick those 6 games. You don't have to be unbeaten to make it into the finals, but you've got to be in first place. So you can be tied for first place. One week we had a bunch of 5-1s that got into the finals, which is coming up in week 13. But we had 11 6-0s, 1 6-0, 13 5-1s, and last week 18 of you were 6-0. Those are the 53 that are in the finals now, thanks to our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. When we come back, we'll continue our countdown to this big game. John Parker Wilson at the top of the hour, the former Alabama quarterback, Nick Saban's first quarterback in Tuscaloosa, will join us to tell us what he sees from the press box about this Alabama team taking on a guy he knows very well in Lane Kiffin. It's a guy Nick Saban knows very well. I push you again to ESPN.com. Great story from Alex Scarborough and Chris Lowe yesterday on how Lane Kiffin ended up here. And then Michael Casagrande with a good read today in the morning rounds. If you want the easy click there at nextroundlive.com. Casagrande does a story on the night Alabama's dynasty died. Remember when Ole Miss pulled the upset? They're wearing those same uniforms again at Bryant-Denny. Back when balls were bouncing off helmets and everything was going wrong for Alabama, and Ole Miss pulled off the upset. Cowherd and every national voice said, that's it. Alabama's dynasty is dead. Well, they've gone on to win a few national championships since that night. A little tongue-in-cheek from Casagrande at AL.com if you want to read that. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's. Wayne's headquartered in Birmingham since 1973, but they are giving world-class service to the entire Southeastern Conference footprint. That includes, if you're listening to us this morning, up in Nashville, Tennessee. Good morning, Music City. Over in Knoxville. Nothing sucks like a big orange. I'm kidding.
Woo. What?
Well, they don't. I mean, right now they've got a pretty bad losing streak. They get Missouri this weekend.
It's bold.
Auburn, Tuscaloosa. Wayne's is there. They keep the pest outside and keep you safe and sound on the inside. They do it for the entire Next Round crew. They take care of the mosquito treatments. Lance will tell you when you're out grilling during a big football Saturday or Sunday, you don't want those mosquitoes. They've taken care of the mosquitoes at his house. Brown will tell you right now it's time for the lawn professionals at Wayne's to sort of enter into the dormancy part of your lawn, but they have treatments during the off season that makes when the spring weather rolls around, your grass rolls back in. And I'm here to tell you that the pests, they start coming inside when the weather gets cold. That's just a few weeks away. You want to be covered on all fronts with our friends at Wayne's. You can be part of the Wayne's family as well. Get $60 off your initial EnviroPest service by using TNR. We call it the TNR code. TNR. That stands for the next round. That'll get you a $60 discount. Just call 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. Back live to Tuscaloosa from Innisfree after this.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Talladega is home to big campgrounds, big parties, big playoff hopes, and oh yeah, the big one, NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd. Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
The next round continues live from Tuscaloosa, Innisfree, Tuscaloosa, right here on the Strip. And we're kicking off what is a big weekend here at Innisfree, just the normal party that's going on, but also the folks from the Big Noon Kickoff on Fox. The Clay Travis portion of that show is in town, and Clay will be doing a variety of things with the Fox network here at Innisfree all weekend long. And if you're riding through down the Strip in Tuscaloosa, you're in the area, stop off and come by and see us. We're here until 1. The doors will open up for you. Even right now, they'll let you in if you want to come have an early beer like one of our great listeners did earlier. And you can jump in and just enjoy Innisfree and a big football weekend here under what is now picturesque blue skies and a slight breeze blowing in a warm October 1st day as the next round does their first remote show. We'll have a poll question up in a moment as well, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment LT. Tell us about the great folks at Cowan.
Well, Jimmy Viper over there. If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call them at 1-800-239-COWAN for more information. You can always go online. Go to cowan.com.
It doesn't sound like Derek Stingley Jr. will play this weekend, according to Ed Orgeron, for LSU as Auburn goes to town, late night game. And you start to wonder if you're Derek Stingley Jr., if he plays again for LSU. Will Alabama even see Derek Stingley Jr. late in the year? Where are you guys on Derek Stingley Jr.? And let me do this. If you were Derek Stingley Sr., what would your advice be to Junior at this point?
I don't think his stock can go up, Brown. I think Derek Stingley Jr. is a top 10 guy. Look, I know he hasn't had the year that he's had since his freshman year. Last year was a little bit off. He's had a couple of moments against UCLA, stands out. But still, when you look at him over the last 3 seasons, opponents are only completing 35% of their passes. That is the third lowest percentage amongst any quarterbacks active right now in college football. The guy is still a legit top 10 guy. I think a lot of it is dependent upon what happens the next week or two. If they were to lose to Auburn and at Kentucky and they're sitting at 3-3, I don't know if we see him again.
Yeah, but I think we've seen this, with Jamar Chase already, right? You sit out a season, it affects your NFL stock none at all if you've already got good tape. I guess the question would be, does Derek Stingley have good enough tape right now? And I think most of the draft experts would say absolutely he does, right? So, is it going to rub people the wrong way? Yeah. Is it going to appear selfish? Yeah. Might it hurt you with your LSU people down the line? I don't know. We'll have to see when all this plays out. But I think you're going to see more and more of this as guys get a little nicked up. And if it starts to look like, the goals that you have, national championship, conference championship, are out the window, you may see more and more guys do this. Or they may wait and see if those goals are still there when they're 1,000%, not 95% healthy, but 100% healthy.
One thing is for sure, we have learned over last year that opting out and not playing, if you're talented, does not hurt you with the NFL.
Well, and I think what happens, and this would be more of a question for a guy like Daniel Jeremiah, is scouts look more so at the upside and the best film. An example would be Josh Allen. We saw Josh Allen play some really bad games. I remember a game we played in Iowa City against the Hawkeyes. He was awful. But they looked to the upside. And you've got some film of Stingley playing some shutdown corner.
You do, but if you're an NFL franchise and you watch him play Devontae Smith for 2 years, what do you think about that one? Because Devontae Smith absolutely worked Derek Stingley for 2 years.
I think he worked everyone.
Well, he did work everyone. Won the Heisman doing it. But those are the types of guys you're going to face in the NFL. I'm not saying you just base it on one game, but that is his bad film, right? Is what he did against Devontae Smith.
Yeah, you don't want that to be your lasting impression of you going against a first-round NFL receiver there. So we'll keep an eye on Derek Stingley Jr., see if he gets into this game. But from Ed Orgeron, it did not look like. I think the quote is literally, I don't see any way he plays in this game. And Glenn Gilbo with a story at Outkick, if you want to check that out today on whether Stingley should play, would play. We'll talk to T-Bob Hebert coming up at 11 o'clock on the show today, 11 Central, as you listen to us across the country today and watch us right here on YouTube, Facebook, also on Twitter and Instagram, and right there on Twitch. We appreciate your viewers being along with us as we broadcast live from Innisfree in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. All right, UAB with their game this weekend is a big talking point in our state as well, because that beautiful stadium finally goes online and Liberty's in town. We spoke earlier about Hugh Freeze being a possible answer down at Miami, and Hugh's name will pop up a lot when the coaching carousel cranks up. They're coming off a loss to Syracuse. What is on UAB fans' mind, and they're not going to let it ruin this weekend, but it's whether or not the Blazers are going to be included in the next round of AAC expansion as they try to do that. A lot of focus has been on Air Force and Colorado State. Word came out last night that Boise and San Diego State actually turned down the AAC, saying we're going to wait for either the Pac-12 or Big 12, is what sources tell CBS and Barrett Sallee, that they're waiting for the Pac-12 or Big 12. They don't see the AAC as a move up. They see it as a move sideways. Why leave the Mountain West? So those two are staying there. Air Force and Colorado State, I think they may be turning down the AAC as I read this now as well. That is a story that Adam Rittenberg is working on and others.
Well, boy, that's true.
That's slap in the face, but don't they, I mean, I think Boise and San Diego State, their points are right. The Mountain West at one time, well, I guess this was a little bit before the AAC. On certain years, I think the Mountain West can be as good as the AAC. And why would you want to deal with all of that travel when you've got all these drafting partners that are on the West Coast unless you can get a better gig with the Pac-12? I don't think I'd go to the AAC.
I think that's a good point. And so where do you go? And I see Dan Walken, I see Ross Dellinger, all trumpeting UAB, and they're recommending Mike Oresco goes to potential growth markets. They're recommending UAB with Birmingham and what that program is doing. They're recommending Charlotte, a program you brought up the other day, Brown.
Just because of market size.
What that metropolitan area does, the money that's in their big banking community. Great support for that program. They even recommend Georgia State, who we saw at Jordan Hare last week, because of what Atlanta could be to a market, to a team. And LT, they throw out UTSA because of what that team could be in San Antonio. So those are the four they say they would focus on because of potential growth in the cities that they're at, the TV markets, and what that could mean for you. What do you think of that list of four now that it looks like it's falling apart with some of those Mountain West teams?
Well, let me start with Texas San Antonio. I don't know what their fan base is like. I mean, I know it's a great market, right?
And they played in the Alamo Dome.
Look, and they're having success, and they've got a coach that there's a good chance. I think Jeff Traylor is 56 years old. He's a former high school coach in Texas. If they pay him enough, much like a Bill Clark situation, he might never leave.
Yeah,
so I mean, that could be they could have a lot of staying power with his connections throughout the state and how his ability to recruit. It's a really good program right now. But again, I just don't know about the fan base.
I think we're to the point where I don't think Bill Clark leads UAB, and a move up would almost secure him staying there the rest of his career. Traylor could be that kind of guy at UTSA as well. Will Healy at Charlotte doesn't seem like that kind of guy. He seems like he is on a fast track to go somewhere different. And I would say that really the trajectory of the UAB program is better than the Charlotte program right now. And, I know UTSA is really good this year, but I think the UAB program is on a better trajectory than the Roadrunners in UTSA.
Yeah, I mean, I think the tough thing is balancing market size with importance of college football in that market, right? And San Antonio, to me, I've never spent much time in San Antonio, but I've always heard San Antonio is a Spurs town, one, a Dallas Cowboys town, two. I think San Antonio is a huge Cowboys town.
Yeah.
How does UTSA factor in that? I don't know. They play in the Alamo Dome. I don't know, what kind of attendance they get there. When you come to Birmingham, UAB, nobody's going to argue UAB is the number one draw in Birmingham. I mean, nobody's going to make that argument. You can't. But it is a massive college football town. And to me, that's what, if I'm the AAC, I look at. Like Charlotte, I go, that's a Panthers town, obviously. It's probably a Bobcats town. It's a college basketball town. How much does college football even matter in Charlotte? So that's, to me, why UAB matches well the size of town, plus some facilities, plus college football is important there.
Yeah, and back to Will Healy. I know you're a big fan.
I love Will Healy.
I've got a prediction. I think this is going to be Mac Brown's last year in North Carolina.
And Will Healy may get that job?
Yeah, Mac Brown's the oldest coach in college football right now, and I could see if Will Healy had a lot of success this year. He's 3-1 right now. He's got to win, 8-9 games.
Right.
But, I wonder, first of all, how good is the North Carolina job? I know it's a Power 5 job, but that's still a basketball school. And how many, what are legitimate candidates for that job?
You almost feel like Mac gets to pick whoever his next guy is because Mac's beloved there. That's why he went back there, and he did turn that around, but this has not been the year he thought he was getting with the Tar Heels, no doubt about that. All right, John Parker Wilson standing in queue. We're going to talk to him about Alabama and Ole Miss in a second part of the show, being brought to you by the great folks at the Pants Store. Listen, if you're the Pants Store, if you're heading to a game like here at Bryant Denny this week, they've got a location here in Tuscaloosa. If you're listening up in Huntsville or Trussville or Leeds or in Crestline or anywhere in the SEC and you want the best in game day gear, pantstore.com, pantstore.com. That includes the ladies, smocked, waist, shorts, skirts, skirts, booties, and a bodysuit. Interesting. Huge variety of game day tops as well, including the clear purses you've got to have to get into the games. It's all online at the Pants Store. Great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. Pantstore.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143.
You'll have to see it to believe it.
Gosh, dang.
Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. With the promise of the big one around every turn and a party around every inch of the campground, it's a tradition like no other, at a track like no other. And after it's all over, you still won't believe it ever happened. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd.
Man, that was wild.
Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
One of our good buddies from Tide Hoop News pointing out that Jimmy Dunn and I didn't mention big recruit last night in basketball. It's fair. I had it written down. 5-star point guard Jaden Bradley picking Alabama yesterday. He's the number 1 point guard prospect, ESPN 100 recruit. Picks Alabama in basketball. That did happen last night. And he points out it's a big basketball weekend in Tuscaloosa as well because they're entertaining Jaden's buddy, Jerace Walker, who's also one of the best recruits for the 2022 class, and he's coming to town, and Bradley is Jaden's coming to town to tour his buddy around.
Wait, what a win, though, for Nate Oates. I mean, you were going against Calipari, Sean Miller at Arizona, and Gonzaga, Mark Few. I mean, that's pretty good company. It shows you where Alabama basketball is, number 1 point guard choosing over those schools.
Part of our show is being brought to you today by our friends at Nichols Outfitters, and John Parker Wilson standing by in just a second. Brown, it's Locktober. That means we love football, we love postseason baseball, and also we love hunting.
Yeah, and while you're listening to us online, no matter where you are in our audience, you outdoors people, the Next Round encourages you to open up a separate browser window, do some browsing at nicholsoutfitters.com. Rifles, shotguns, camping accessories, apparel, and more. Find it all right now, no matter where you are, nicholsoutfitters.com. John Parker Wilson is on the Pepsi hotline, and he joins us now, the former Alabama quarterback, now Crimson Tide Network analyst. JP, a massive game in Tuscaloosa. I know you got to be pumped.
Man, I'm super excited for this game. I am so looking forward to it, and you know, there's just so much on the line for this game with where I think playoff implications and SEC West implications, and how just the rest of the season is going to shape up. This is going to be a high fireworks game, you know, especially after last year. Alabama 63 and Ole Miss scoring 48 points. I know they're going to try to do it again this year, and I think, you know, Lane's got a better team than he did last year. So it should be an exciting game from start to finish.
I think we agree. Lane's got a better team. I wanted to ask you, though, that defense that gave up 48 points and 647 yards, how much better do you think the Alabama defense is, if it's even better at all?
I think it is better. I think it's a lot better, and I think that because last year we really, I think, matured throughout the season and got better and better as the season went on. And obviously, that's what any team wants to do, is show progression each and every week. And I think we learned a lot in that game last year against Ole Miss, and realizing that when you face somebody like Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin, or like we saw down in Gainesville against Florida, when you face these high-tempo offenses, you got to be ready for it. And you got to be ready to do something different on defense. And I really think that going down in the swamp, playing in that tough environment, really stressed our defense. Second quarter offense went 3 and out 3 times in a row. It was humid. They figured out a way to win. And I think the efficiency that we were able to show last week against Southern Miss is just showing me that we're moving in the right direction. So, Ole Miss had a bye week. They got an extra week to prepare. But this is a test for our defense. This is going to be the biggest test of the year, just like it was last year. The biggest test of the year was for the defense was against Ole Miss. It's going to be the same way with Lane Kiffin and Matt Corral coming to town this week, because right now this team's leading the nation. They're scoring 53 points a game. Granted, they haven't played much, but they can definitely score some points.
We're broadcasting from Innisfree and Tuscaloosa on the John Parker Wilson Memorial Stage here.
He's not dead.
The honorary
Yes,
stage.
sir. Yeah, that's a good stage.
Yeah, it's a good stage. You ever grab a microphone on this stage and do anything?
No, he did with me and Ian back in the day. I don't know if you remember that, JP. You came by here and did an interview with me and Ian Fitzsimmons probably in 2007.
Really? And Innisfree?
Yep.
I don't remember that. I got up and sung a few times on stage. I had a couple songs Rockstar would be very proud. Had a few songs that we would go through and knock them out after a big win. But yeah, Innisfree. That's a great spot. Big fan of Trip, man. They got it going on.
Yeah. Well, I want to ask you about what Ole Miss had going on last year against Alabama. As you look back at that game, what was Lane doing? What was he calling that was really causing problems for Pete Golding and the Alabama defense? Because if you read the story on ESPN.com from Chris Lowe and Alex Scarborough, they talk about how Lane took notes for his entire time in Tuscaloosa about things that stressed Nick Saban's defenses. And he told Nick after the game, I ran everything in that notebook that stressed you out in that game. What was it? What are those things?
Yeah, that's pretty good of Lane. That's pretty sweet that he would know that, knowing that at some point in the future he had a chance to go against it, because I think that's what defensive coordinators are always looking for, is weaknesses and matchups, and how can I get my players matched up against somebody that shouldn't be covering. I got a slot guy. I want to find out a way to get him on a safety or a linebacker, and that all comes from motions and shifts. And I think from Lane's standpoint, it's understanding, okay, if we line up in a 3-by-1 set, so 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, we've got a running back in the backfield to the left, and I see this defense. And the quarterback didn't have to see it. Lane knows it. And you see a lot of times the quarterback, fake a snap count, look back to the sidelines to see what play we should run next. So Lane is able to see what they've got pre-snap. So say it's a cover 2 shell or whatever it is, pre-snap. Okay, if the number 2 receiver on the right goes inside the tight end on the right side, that's a different call for the secondary. If he goes on the other side of the formation, that's a different call. If the running back moves over to the right side, now the defense is going to change their call. So he understands the checks that the defenses make and adjustments to these motions and shifts. And he's able to do that because the quarterback can look to the sideline and then call a new play. So if you're Alabama, you've got to combat that. And when you call a defense and they audible, okay, now we're going to try to audible also and get to a different defense. So it's just I hate to say it, but it's a chess match of trying to figure out. Lane's trying to figure out what Pete Golding's calling, and he knows. I mean, he studied this defense enough, knows ways to attack it. So that's his game plan. Is Lane saying, I know how to beat this team. It's just a matter of calling it quick enough and getting it into the play call, and then our guys executing it.
John Parker Wilson is with us, the former Alabama quarterback. Joins us on the Pepsi hotline. Alabama and Ole Miss, 2:30 kick, 11:30 Crimson Tide Sports Network airtime. JP, Eli, and the entire Crimson Tide Sports Network gang. A lot of people last year, apparently, I didn't see this with my own 2 eyes, but in reading it, they defended Ole Miss a lot, JP, with rushing 3, dropping 8. Can you explain to us how that stresses specifically the middle of your defense with an Ole Miss run game? If you try to drop 3 or drop 8, rush 3, and then Ole Miss decides to run the football, if you're Pete Golding, how do you combat that?
It's tough. If you're gonna commit to only rushing 3 guys, that means you've got to have 8 guys that have the ability to cover downfield. You're gonna have Will Anderson in there and Drew Sanders. They're not rushing. hopefully we have Will Anderson rushing every single play because he's really, really good at that. But you're softening up on the run game because you don't have an extra big body in there that would typically be dedicated to the run. And if you look at this Ole Miss team, last year, Snoop Connor and Ely went for 250 yards against us and 4 touchdowns. So, you hear Saban always talk about it. We want to stay balanced. Well, that is it. That's why you want to stay balanced. So if they're going to send a nickel or dime package, if Alabama's defense is going to send a nickel or dime package out on the field, hey, we're gonna run it, and we're not going to be scared to run it because we think we have the ability to run the ball. We're not a one-dimensional team. So that's when you're trying to play personnel and trying to match personnel. Okay, there'll be a lot of times where they play 2 running backs. They'll have 21 personnel on the field, 2 running backs, 1 tight end. And, that's a tough matchup. So now you've got it. You can't play nickel or dime. You've got to be able to man up and have enough size in there. And then you got, Ely who can catch the ball in the backfield. He's a pretty good receiver. So it goes back to knowing the defense and then finding the mismatches. That's what it's all about. And when you only dedicate 3 rushing it, if it's just normal down a distance and not, 3rd and long, you can get in a bind. I mean, you can get road graded pretty easy by the rushing game.
Last week's Alabama 63-14 win over Southern Miss. A couple of coming out parties. Jamison Williams, 4 touches, 258 all-purpose yards. And Jaleel Billingsley, if he was in a doghouse, he's not now, had over 100 yards, had a touchdown. Who do you think is a bigger factor this week against Ole Miss, Williams or Billingsley?
I think Billingsley. I really do. I'm not taking anything away from Williams because he is a dynamic player. But going back to the mismatches, and I sound like a broken record now, I think we're going to see a lot of Alabama 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends. You got Billingsley, he's a hybrid. I mean, he reminds me of a Kyle Pitts type person where he's a tight end by trade, but he's really a receiver. I mean, this guy can, you could put a cornerback on him and feel comfortable about it. He's that skillful. Cameron Latu has really, really progressed. I mean, this guy's worked his butt off, and it's fun to watch him and his ability in not only the running game, but I think now of being athletic and getting downfield and running good, crisp routes. So you put those 2 guys in there. I think it's a mismatch for Ole Miss's defense. So that gives us the ability to run the ball, which we did really good last week against Southern Miss, and then the ability to throw the ball. You got Metchie and Williams in there with Jaleel Billingsley and Latu and a running back. I think that's a good combo. I think we're going to major in it this week. So I think Jaleel Billingsley continues to stress defenses, and you can see it when he's in the game. Bryce is looking for him because he's a big guy. He runs nice routes. He knows how to get open, and I'll take him against the safety all day long.
Can you tell me the excitement you have for being back in Bryant-Denny Stadium for this type of game this weekend? Because we haven't seen it since the LSU game, the President Trump game, where he came with a full stadium with this much on the line. I understand. I wasn't at the game last week, but I understand for a night game Southern Miss, the place was pretty juiced. How did you feel about last week, and what do you think it'll be like tomorrow afternoon?
I completely agree. I was there last week, and we talked about it, like, man, there are not many seats open. I was impressed to see everybody come out. Night games in Bryant-Denny are awesome, so much fun, and I'm jacked about this game, especially the coming off the road game in Florida, because there was a lot of times, we wear noise canceling headphones in the box, so you can't really hear what's going on, and we can hear the crowd noise just through our speakers. But I would take my headphones off just because it was so dang loud in that place, and I was like, this is such a cool environment. So now we got the chance to do it in Bryant-Denny, and it's gonna be crazy. And going back to the Trump game, I thought this was I forget where I read the article, but they're 84-5 at home since 2008. 3 of the losses has come against Heisman Trophy winners. So obviously Matt Corral leading right now in the Heisman Trophy campaign, and Joe Burrow, the last big game that we had at Bryant-Denny, was phenomenal. So this is just it's another awesome game. I mean, 2:30 kick. It's as good as it gets. This is big time football with serious down the road implications on the line.
Big time football. John Parker. Wilson put it well, and he will be there with the Crimson Tide Sports Network, 11:30 airtime, 2:30 CBS kick from just down the road from us here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. JP, enjoy the game. Have a great weekend. We always appreciate the time, buddy.
Always, guys. See you later.
All right, thanks a lot. That is John Parker Wilson with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
And part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Truckworks, who are looking for new employees right now. Great people, awesome people to join their team. Truckworks, Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer, now hiring experience levels everywhere. Don't have to have experience. They're hiring all experience levels, all departments across all of their locations. And they've got 13 locations at Truckworks throughout Alabama, Mississippi, or the Florida Panhandle. So if you're looking for a new gig, don't like the job you got and you want a new one, Truckworks has a new job for you that is described as an awesome place to work. Opening in sales. They got opening in management, service techs, deliveries, and a bunch more. See all the open positions by going to the website truckworks.com. That's works with an X, truckworks.com, and hit the Join Our Team tab at truckworks.com. All right, a lot more college football to get to. Good to hear from John Parker Wilson on just what stressed Alabama last year in that high-scoring game and how Lane Kiffin took notes. I mean, I would have been disappointed in Lane Kiffin if he didn't leave, if he only left Tuscaloosa with nighttime experiences and not a notebook of football knowledge too.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, Lane Kiffin is, a lot of people would say, the best play caller in all of football, all of college football. I don't know if we'd go NFL there. I don't know who that is, but
it's Sean McVay, but
okay, my apologies. It is a little Belichick.
No, it is. It's Kyle Shanahan, or it's
well, okay.
Yeah,
but Lane Kiffin is widely regarded as the best play caller in college football. It is interesting, though. You're never too old or never too experienced to learn, right? You can always learn something new. I'm not saying he didn't see something he had never seen, but Lane Kiffin's an idiot not to take what hurt Alabama last year and not just go back and try to do that again, but take what hurt Alabama last year and know, okay, they're going to be better prepared for this, right? They're not going to get hurt by this twice in a row. So how can I take this and make it something that I think can hurt them again?
Yeah, I think more importantly, it's DJ Durkin and what he took from last year's game, because we all agree, as good as everybody talks about all of these points and yards that Ole Miss amassed, they still lost the game by 15 because they give up 63 points.
Well, if I'm DJ Durkin, a lot of what hurt me last year in that game is playing on Sunday now. So I am a little more encouraged.
I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's an interesting conversation with John Parker Wilson there. We'll talk more football. Bob Hebert at the top of the next hour, and then Alabama receiver John Metchie on the show with us at 12 noon today as we broadcast from Innisfree in Tuscaloosa, right on the Strip, as we get ready for what will be a monumental weekend. Lance, if you're giving advice to fans who are just rolling into Tuscaloosa, and let's say they're going to start drinking at around 11 o'clock or 12 noon.
Yes.
And they're going to drink this afternoon, and they're going to drink at dinner, and then they're going to be back at Innisfree drinking.
Well, they're not going to remember much of the day, Jim.
This is what's scaring me with myself.
No. I'm just painting a scenario that could happen from, one part of this desk to anybody who's rolling into town today, other than drinking responsibly and taking Ubers everywhere you go. Is there any way you can prepare for a night of drinking? You
can hydrate.
Hydrating is good. Do you eat certain
things?
Pick
up some Aquafina and hydrate as much as you possibly can.
So water is good.
You are going to need to eat something to absorb some of this alcohol that you're talking about. I highly recommend on one of these weekends, and I'll be hypocritical because I won't do it, but I highly recommend the nap. If you can get the nap in, it's very
How
key.
long?
I thought you were about to tell me a nice sandwich with some fries or something.
Nap.
You just recommended a nap, N-A-P, nap.
Yeah, a nap. If I can get a nap, a 2-hour nap at some point today, I'm going to be good.
2 hour.
I'm looking at
That's a bold plan.
our student reporter, Senna, over here, who is a senior here at the University of Alabama. It is all of a sudden like the cape fell off of Superman when Lance mentioned a nap. Like she looks at you like the ultimate partier.
I think she realizes. I think when I was in school down here, naps were highly important.
Senna, last time you took a nap?
She doesn't have the time to take a nap.
I had plenty of time back in the day.
No time.
You'll figure it out.
I'm just from what I know about Senna, her GPA a little higher than what mine or yours were.
Yeah, might have been able to double mine up.
Yeah. Well, she could mathematically double mine up easily. It is within the realm of possibility. All right. Senna is going to be here. We'll start handing out some T-shirts in about an hour, 11 to 1. So if you want to swing by and grab a next round logo shirt and not have to pay for it, you can do that right now. Just jump in and ask Senna for a T-shirt. And if she likes you, she'll give it to you. If she doesn't, she'll tell you hotty toddy and get the hell out of here.
The pressure.
Yeah.
Wow. Hotty toddy.
Yeah, get out of here.
Limited supplies.
Limited supplies. But no, Ole Miss fans welcome as well. Come by and not get a T-shirt. No, you can get a T-shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we'll give a T-shirt to anybody. I don't care what fan you are.
Oh, eventually we can get they're in the state of the states that we have on one of our T-shirts.
That's right.
That says y'all can have the rest.
Yeah.
State of Mississippi's in
right there.
Fun game ahead, and we'll talk about another big game that's happening. But I want you to, the next segment, let's do this. Close your eyes and imagine Lane Kiffin as the coach at Ole Miss the rest of his career. Don't answer. Just close your eyes and imagine Lane Kiffin growing old in Oxford, Mississippi as the head coach. Do you see it? We'll talk about it when we roll back right here on the Next Round, live from Tuscaloosa, being brought to you in part by the University of Montevallo. If you got a son or daughter that's looking for that perfect space for them, a small class size, small campus where they can succeed academically, 75 majors, 21 Division II scholarship sports. Montevallo could be the place for them. You got time to check out Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Get an in-person tour and find out why U.S. News and World Report called it a top 15 public university in the South and why Southern Living named it one of the South's most beautiful college campuses. It's all right there online. Get there in person, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. This is the Next Round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1 and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back from the historic location of Innisfree in Tuscaloosa, Alabama on the Strip. Again, Clay Travis and the folks from Outkick and the Big Noon pregame show over on College Football on Fox will be here all day Saturday, and they've got some festivities this afternoon with a big truck and tent set up outside and the usual party that you find here at Innisfree in Tuscaloosa. And we're happy to be the opening act for them for a big football weekend here with the next round in our first road show today. The Braves clinched the National League East last night for the fourth straight year, so they're on their way to the playoffs. The playoffs crank up next week. What Rockstar is watching tonight is part of our viewing menu, LT, which is brought to you by the folks at New Life Art.
Yeah, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call them for more information, 1-800-735-2787. You can also check out that incredible work. Go online, go to danielmooreart.com.
You know, you got the October 1st is today, so they have the release of Netflix gets Seinfeld finally, so they get it from Hulu. So Seinfeld will be all streaming on Netflix and HBO Max tonight. Lance is going to be really excited about the Many Saints of Newark. I think you said you wanted to see it in theater instead. What say you?
Yes, I do want to see it in the theater, and I am thinking about Sunday night, depending on how I'm feeling.
I'm probably gonna. I like The Sopranos. I don't know if I'm going to watch this movie. I can't find that I want interest in it. I really don't. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. I generally like the mafia stuff, the mob stuff. I don't know. I can't get fired up for that one either. My little one
Rave reviews, I'll tell you. Critically acclaimed. Yes.
Critically acclaimed.
Yep.
My little one is especially fired up because we are getting Addams Family Part 2 tonight. So she's fired up to see the Addams Family Part 2. Are you guys going to watch that?
No,
I still haven't seen one.
I'll watch Iowa and Maryland before I watch that tonight. Two unbeaten teams in college football. That's what Rockstar is watching. Brought to you by the fine folks at New Life Art. By the way, no Rockstar Playhouse today. That is a casualty of our first road show. And we will try to work out the kinks on that and make sure it happens next time around. But we appreciate them as we broadcast, presented by our friends at Bud Light from our Birmingham Racecourse and Casino Studios, which today is a road show from Innisfree in Tuscaloosa. We appreciate all of you being with us as we get ready for football. I ask you to close your eyes and imagine Lane Kiffin growing old as a head coach of the Ole Miss Rebels. Do you see Lane Kiffin staying there? Let's say they pull the upset this weekend. Does his name start to percolate anywhere else, or do you think Lane Kiffin's in it for a beat in Oxford, Mississippi?
Well, see, the old school thinking would be, oh gosh, Ole Miss, that's a place you're just trying to get out of. Well, the SEC network changed all that. I mean, Lane Kiffin's probably making what do you? I don't have it in front of me.
3.5,
4 million. If he wins this game, if they do what they can, if after this game, if he wins it, I mean, he can get a nice bump. Ole Miss is now paying to the point that there are not a ton of jobs that are an obvious upgrade from Ole Miss.
And I think what people need to realize is Lane Kiffin's already had premier jobs. He's been the head coach of the Raiders. He's been the head coach at USC. Tennessee was a pretty good job at one time. Now, yeah, you're right. You can make as much money as you want. And if he's able to beat Alabama and get Ole Miss to an SEC championship game, then he can show himself, hey, I can win a championship here.
That's right.
I can do something that's, well, I guess Johnny Vaughn back in the day, but something that's never been done as far as going to an SEC championship game.
And you'll get some lazy, like if we were talking about Miami earlier, if Manny Diaz got fired, you'll get some lazy, Lane Kiffin was at Florida Atlantic, go back to Miami. Ole Miss is a better job than Miami.
Okay, I agree.
No, Ole Miss is a better job.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I think the bigger question is, and I know potential isn't the same, but is Ole Miss a better job than USC, which is open? Because what you're going to get, and you're getting some of it, because LT's man, Keyshawn Johnson, who I think you like Keyshawn, right? You guys hung out recently, last 2 years.
Boy, that's quite the story. But
you said he was wrong about everything.
He was wrong about everything.
But
I mean, he was a nice guy.
Yep.
I think he's one of the guys. If you go back to his Twitter feed after they lost to Stanford, I think he is one of the reasons Clay. I shouldn't say that. I think it was easier to get rid of Clay Helton when you knew some of your big name guys like Key were not behind you anymore.
My point being is that Keyshawn, who has a national stage, a national platform, is saying, why not Lane Kiffin? Why not hire him back and let him go back and be the coach again? He's he's a different coach. Do you guys not believe that Lane Kiffin is a different coach now?
I do believe Lane Kiffin is a different coach than he was the first time. He was at USC, or the time he was at USC, Lance, as a head coach. You really can't argue that any other way, I don't think, can you?
I don't disagree. I think he was still a tremendous play caller back then. He seems, I don't know has he matured? I have no idea. And I don't know if it matters.
I hate to sound like Michael Wilbon here, but he acts like he's matured, right? He acts like he has.
Well, I think we all slow down as we get a little bit older.
Yeah.
And maybe he's just gotten a little bit older, so he's slowed down a little bit.
There's
in front
that
of the media,
possibility.
he still seems really uncomfortable.
I think
he is.
I think the way he's acting this week shows that he's a different coach. He's more mature about how he's handling this week, a big game week. True or not true?
Maybe true. Yeah. In years past, maybe he takes some obvious jabs at Nick Saban on social media in the SEC teleconference, in his press conference. It's one thing I'll say about Lane Kiffin. I don't think he and Saban, I think they put on a nice face for one another. I think he shows Nick Saban a tremendous amount of respect. And I think Saban, as he does with most assistant coaches, shows a tremendous, or most other head coaches, shows a tremendous amount of respect for Lane Kiffin. I don't think Lane Kiffin and Nick Saban particularly care for one another. I think there's respect on a coaching level, but I don't think Lane Kiffin and Nick Saban are buddies that want to catch up at Lake Burton.
Look, I think Nick Saban probably loses months of sleep over any loss.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen a lot.
Right.
This is one of those, when you look at that perfect, shiny 23-0 record against former assistants, he does not want to lose this to Lane Kiffin.
He does not. If he lost that record to Jimbo Fisher, it probably goes down easier than if he loses it at Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, it's almost worth a poll question to put, who would he most want to lose it to, or least likely, or least
Ooh, I
want
like
to lose
this
to?
question.
Because, there's some blood between him and Kirby, right? I don't know where him and Jimbo sit.
Well, the problem with Kirby is it's going to be such a high stake game.
Right.
It's not on the regular season schedule
No, you're
anytime
right.
soon. So if you lose it to Kirby, it's going to be in the SEC championship or the college football playoffs.
But you still do have an opportunity to go to a college football playoff if you were to lose to Kirby, if both of these teams are undefeated. But, this is kind of a high stakes game too. You lose
it's
this
definitely
one,
a high stakes game.
You're behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, it changes the script for whoever loses this game, more Alabama than it does for Ole Miss. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Lanya's Furniture, just up the road to great pricing.
Hey, our longtime viewers and listeners have known Lanya's Furniture as Alabama's home for lazy boy value, as well as go-to source for other great brands such as Flex Steel, Universal, Bernhardt, and many others. Short drive to the huge showrooms in Warrior. Definitely worth the drive when you check out the great prices and the fact that Lanya's Furniture keeps that gigantic inventory that allows for immediate delivery. If you shop for furniture during the last 18 months, you know it's very hard to find, but John Lanyas and his staff made the decision to place even larger orders to fill those warehouses during the beginning days of the pandemic. They've never let up. The results, Lanyas Furniture has one of the largest in-stock inventories of Lazy Boy, many other products. They can quickly deliver your new furniture anywhere in the state. Go see them in Warrior, or if you like, shop 24/7, LanyasFurnitureCompany.com. That's Lanyas Furniture in Warrior, your home for lazy boy value.
I mean, we've only been doing this version of what we do for about a month now. Is that right?
6 weeks.
6 weeks.
August 16th.
Something that I've said every time along the way over 6 weeks.
Lance, you got a live coming up.
I did that too, but
okay.
I did not build my career on my good looks, right? And the fact that you guys continue to comment in the chat room about the way I look every day.
What are they saying?
You're not surprising me when you don't like something
Mirror
I'm wearing.
on the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, if I'm wearing something that sucks, my wardrobe sucks.
So what did you do today? I like your shirt. I like your hat.
Well, here's Brad.
We can't do anything about the face.
Here's Brad. Well, I've got this tucked as low as I can to hide as much of my bald head as I can. I've got a headset on to cover up my face. I mean, and I'm as tight on this camera as I can be to not show any of these great pecs and my abs.
Right.
But Brad jumps in. Jim, you look like you're about to take the USS Alabama out for a spin with that hat on. True. It's true.
You're the captain.
It's a great hat.
Say it. I'm the captain.
I'm the captain now. It is a fantastic hat that you can buy here at Innisfree.
That is a great looking hat. Do not let them give you shade over that hat.
And I will go ahead and tell you that I have coveted this hat for a long, long time. I just never have had the guts to buy it because I'm a 50-year-old guy, right?
Right.
And everybody that I see wearing this hat, usually that I think it looks good on, are either, some muscular dudes, or really, truthfully, every co-ed from Alabama and Tuscaloosa that you see at the beach on 30A or at the pool or at the lake, and they look great in this hat. So I've always wondered, I've wanted the hat. I've just never got the hat.
Well, you got it now.
But today I got the hat because I was here and I threw it on, and Brad says I look like I'm on the brig there. Is it bridge? On the bridge there.
The brig is the prison. Yeah.
The USS Alabama.
I like that. No, don't let them give you shade on that hat. That's a good looking hat.
Yeah, Brad, go get married. Do something.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother Jim at all. Brad, go get married. Do something.
It doesn't bother me. I appreciate you guys buying in our store as well. According to Brett, everything I want to buy has now sold out in the Next Round Live shop, and we've had that up now for a little over 24 hours, and we appreciate you guys buying. We'll repopulate that as the shipments come in, and we're able to do that. But thank you guys for buying. But go there. There are other stuff to buy. Very popular shirts, the state logo shirts with the Next Round logo in there. That's a popular shirt there you can get with your favorite team colors on there. All right. So Lane Kiffin back to USC. Yay or nay?
Well, I mean, I think if you're USC, you've got to swallow some pride to do that, right?
Can I give you a quick history lesson?
Sure, Jim.
In Major League Baseball.
You're going to do it wearing that hat?
Yeah.
Okay.
In Major League Baseball, Billy Martin, I think, for people that know the history of the Yankees, if the Yankees are your team, you know the name Billy Martin. I think he coached and got fired and was rehired 4 times, I think.
I thought it was 3 separate stints with the Yankees, but the same owner every time, right? It was always Steinbrenner.
Yeah.
Professional baseball, professional sports, much different.
I would agree.
mean, do we have any example of this in college football? I'll say this is a USC.
Bill Walsh went back to Stanford.
He did, but he left to take the 49ers job before going back. It wasn't like he was fired.
John Robinson went to USC again.
Was a legend his first time.
Yep, and then went back there.
I don't think you're going to find one that got fired and they realized, boy, we screwed that up.
Mac Brown is back at North Carolina
after being successful at Texas.
This is a new era. I will bring this up again, though. When Pete Carroll took the job at USC was probably in a worse situation than they're in right now. They were in a worse situation, but he was like the 4th or 5th choice. So I don't know how many people are going to be lining up at the door to get this USC job. If Urban Meyer wanted to leave Jacksonville, Mike Bohn would say, here, the job is yours. But I think Lane Kiffin, you could do a lot worse than Lane Kiffin if you're USC.
Who was the AD? Was it Garrett?
It was Pat Hayden.
No,
Pat Hayden?
It was Mike Garrett, then Pat Hayden.
Pat Hayden's the one that fired on
Right.
the tarmac Lane Kiffin.
And see, this is tricky too, because Pat Hayden also was a USC legend.
Well, that was your problem. Is you had USC former players as the ADs,
right? But what I was going to say is, if you're the AD, if you're Mike Bohn at this time, you stand up and say, "Hey, look, I don't know what Pat Hayden was thinking. Look, Lane, yeah, he had some stumbles, but this guy is a tremendously talented coach. But you can't roll another legend under the bus like that."
The only thing we don't know is how much internal baggage was going on.
Well, you don't.
In Southern California with Lane Kiffin. And that might be some parts of the administration are still there. Some parts of the athletics department are still there. And they tell Mike Bohn, hey, look, let me give you A, B, and C about Lane Kiffin. This is why you don't want to hire him. Well, I don't know if that's the case. As far as X's and O's on the field, again, I think he'd be a top 5, top 10 guy probably for USC right now.
Something to keep an eye on if somehow Ole Miss pulls the upset this weekend, that Lane's name will be very popular with Keyshawn Johnson and others who are big USC legends wanting him back out in Southern California. One of my favorite handles on social media has always been what?
Highballs.
Highballs is one I like.
Oh.
Meat bag.
Meat bag.
I like meat bag.
One and the same.
There's meat bag.
That's meat bag.
Sitting in front of us, yes. He's got the old school crimson A on his hat.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, with the elephant crashing through the A.
Right.
If his handle is meat bag, he's got some ink showing on that left bicep. I wonder how many tattoos he's got and what they're of.
Oh, he covered that one up.
10?
You've got 10?
10
Yeah,
tattoos.
Now I've got astigmatism, so I've got horrible vision from a distance.
The show has never sounded older than Brown saying he has a stigma.
No, I got astigmatism.
I said Captain America's shield.
Yes, I got astigmatism, man. You can't, that's not an old person
I got
thing.
to get Dr. Michelson to check you out.
Astigmatism is not an open. Senna, look that up. I've had it since I was like 20.
Okay,
I thought it was a Dolphins logo until he moved his. That's what I was going to ask. I thought it was a Dolphins logo until he moved his sleeve.
No wonder you live such a 100 life. You don't know what the hell everyone looks like at 10 feet.
I don't. I'm 2020 up close.
Hey, and don't you feel better, Rocky, back at the studios, that he was going literally 90 on a two-way on Monday night coming back from Selma, and he can't see, and it was at night
on a road he's never been on.
It was straight.
It was not. It was when we gripped and screamed. It was the curves.
Very
the
curvy.
curves that got us.
Very curvy.
Mike says Bobby Petrino's name will start popping up. He's doing a heck of a job where he is. I know that. All right, meatbags in the house. Brown has astigmatism. LT's working towards a nap, and I'm captaining the USS Alabama. It's a hell of a show so far, and it's being brought to you by the great folks at Greystone Chiropractic.
Well, Jim, they can't fix my astigmatism there, but they can get me straight with my spine and my nervous system, and that affects really every single cell, tissue, and organ in your body. All the nerves are protected by the spine. I went to see Dr. Lee Goldenberg just to get my golf swing straight. He got my whole body straight. You can do the same thing. Greystone Chiropractic, Tattersall Park, just off 280 and 119. Voted Best of Birmingham 3 years in a row and Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. Enjoy a healthier life today. GreysstoneChiropractor.com or 205-981-8090. GreysstoneChiropractor.com or 205-981-8090.
Ken says, deer easy to hit on that stretch in Selma. You guys are lucky to be alive.
Oh, we would have. We would have disintegrated. At the speed you were going, I know that deer would have too.
I will tell you, how many times did I say? I finally pointed one out, and Brown says, "Oh, that's a deer." I said, "Is that the first one you've seen?" We had seen like 9 deer on the side of the road, and that was the first one he had seen.
I'm focused on the dotted lines, Jimmy. I can't see the deer on the side. Got to focus on the street.
Never again. I didn't realize you were blind.
I'm not blind. It looks like a Dolphins logo on his arm. How far away is he? He's 40 feet away.
Okay, but
it's covered mostly by sleeve.
Hey, so all right, we've got the smartest listeners and viewers. We've said that before. How long does it take you to go dead stop from 90 miles an hour? How many feet? So you can't see 40 feet in front of you.
I can see
in the
40
dark.
feet.
I think it's 1 foot per mile per hour.
It makes it. Yeah, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It makes it blurry. Makes it blurry. It's not that I can't see. It's just that it's slightly blurry like that.
I bet you were great at word problems going away.
You know, the biggest upset was Senna asked me if I wanted to help her with her final exam.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, I would have gotten half of the Alabama football team kicked off campus, taking their ACTs and SATs. No way. Can you read the sign above the door?
Oh, it says Jameson Irish whiskey. I
Okay,
can
thank
see
God.
fine. My gosh, guys, it's just slightly blurry.
Okay,
What about Captain
a sign?
America? You think Captain America tattoo is a dolphin?
Well,
That's
just the bottom of it.
That's a big,
It's the bottom of it. Give me something else.
Okay, so to his left shoulder, meat bags, there's a picture. There's just a group, and then on the right, there's writing below that picture in white.
It says Colby something. Groupons. Colby Groupons.
Close.
What's it say?
Colby's Groupies.
Okay, see? I mean, that's close enough.
Yeah, you're
If
close.
If that
Okay.
were a deer, I would know it's a deer.
That makes me feel better.
Yeah.
I was looking at the Landon Bears thing up there. I was like,
Oh my God,
what
Brad is
picture,
blind.
man? What picture? See, I can see. I'm just dumb as hell.
Okay, what about on Fox Sports right now? What game are they previewing?
Cardinals versus Rays.
That's
Guys,
it's Rams.
Rams. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
fantastic.
It's also not a deer.
Rockstar, you're driving next time. Back in a moment on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You'll have to see it to believe it.
Gosh, dang.
Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. With the promise of the big one around every turn and a party around every inch of the campground, it's a tradition like no other, at a track like no other. And after it's all over, you still won't believe it ever happened. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd.
Man, that was wild.
Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Back on the Next Round on the road in Tuscaloosa. Big game week. October is here. Alabama hosting Ole Miss, the biggest game in the country, but there's 1,000 of them out there this week. We'll continue to talk about those right here, but it includes some injury updates, and that is brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. By the way, if you're wondering, I'm still waiting to see if Owen Popo and Demetrius Robertson of Auburn will be able to play in this game. Robertson looks better than Popo, but Popo's trying to get ready for that game. Derek Stingley Jr., on the meanwhile, does not look like a go for LSU. Precision Sports, though, can make everybody a go.
Yes, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Are you suffering from that old sports injury that won't go away? Maybe you tweak that joint. Being a weekend warrior, Precision's got 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the new Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Your health cannot wait. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
We'll get back into the chat room in a little bit, but Jack Cohn is another concern injury-wise for one of the big games. His ankle progressing, according to Brian Kelly. If no Jack Cohn for Notre Dame, how do you feel about that one?
Well, Drew Pine came in, Lance, and played very well against Wisconsin. In fact, he looked like the best quarterback in that entire game. It was kind of a low bar with the quarterback play in that game. I just don't know, now that teams maybe have a little bit of film on Drew Pine, what Cincinnati could do to him.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah, what I
The
said.
guy in the blue shirt at the bar, he turned around briefly. We were talking about eyesight. I thought that was Archie Manning for just a second.
Yeah, because he'd stumbled into Innisfree.
I thought. Arch is going to be
50.
Arch is going to be here.
That's true. He wants to.
Yeah, he really wants to watch his grandkid run around.
I just thought to myself, oh, look, Archie Manning's over there.
Well, as Philip said on email, guys, Brown could see fine. Signed, Doug Flutie.
Yeah, exactly.
That's such a great email.
Never ride. Now finish your thought.
All right, so that Cincinnati secondary, we saw it against Indiana. That's a ball-hawking secondary, Lance. And they're one of the top teams in the country through 4 games as it relates to interceptions, 10th in the country. So that's a concern. That's a really good defense that Cincinnati has.
I think the difference is going to be Notre Dame's offensive line has struggled this year. And I think that Cincinnati defensive front, they have a legitimate SEC-like front. I think that will be the difference. But I think the drop-off between Jack Cohn and Drew Pine is not that big.
Yeah,
based on what I saw.
I mean, listen, it is a small sample size we've got, but I agree with Lance. It wasn't that big of a drop-off.
Losable game for Ohio State against Rutgers today?
No.
Or this weekend?
No.
C.J. Stroud coming back for this one, though.
C.J. Stroud will be back. He's got to be better, but Travion Henderson's going to be the difference. I asked Tom Luganville, outside of what you've got right now with Bijan Robinson and Breece Hall, best running back in college football is Travion Henderson. And I think by the end of the year, he will be the best running back in college football. I think Ohio State wins this game going away. Rutgers just doesn't have the athletes. Schematically, Chiano knows that program extremely well. They'll hang for a half, but I think Ohio State will pull away late.
Another interesting game this week is Kentucky hosting Florida. Nighttime at Kroger Field right there in the shadows of Keeneland Park and all the horse country up there. Can the thoroughbreds from Florida get slowed down by the bluegrass guys? Remember, it was a couple of years ago, right, where Felipe Franks goes down in this game up in Kentucky. And on the bench, Dan Mullen had Emory Jones or Kyle Trask. Emory Jones or Kyle Trask, and everybody thought he was going to go Emory Jones. He went Kyle Trask, and the rest is history. Trask was pretty darn good.
Well, Trask,
he chose not to go Emory Jones then. Now Emory's his guy.
Well, Trask threw 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. I don't know how many Mark Stoops defenses have given up 3 touchdowns in one quarter. It just shows you how jinxed in Lexington they are. They haven't beaten Florida there since 1986. I saw somewhere yesterday that the number one movie in America, the last time they beat Florida and Lexington?
Can I guess? 1986?
I was told this. I was blown away that this is the case. Well, I was blown away. It was 86.
I'm going to say 86, 16 Candles.
It was not 16 Candles.
Okay, wait.
I don't think it was ever a number one movie.
Pretty in Pink.
It was not Pretty in Pink. Also, probably did not hit number one.
Going a lot of John Hughes there.
If you could pick one that might have hit number one.
I'll give you a hint.
The one where John Cusack held the speaker up.
Breakfast Club. No, it is not.
It was
Breakfast
not.
Club.
What are you?
Props to Senna for knowing Breakfast Club, though.
Yeah, classic.
This particular person drove a Ninja in this movie. Big hint.
Motorcycle. Oh, Top Gun.
Top Gun.
Wow.
Yes. And ironically, guys, what is on the way right now?
We think Top Gun 2.
Top Gun 2. I've seen a trailer. Top Gun 2.
You know, Stoops has done such a good job of this program. They're looking to go 5-0 for the second time in 4 years. I mean, how often did we ever see Kentucky go 5-0? And they've got an opportunity here. And I think if Chris Rodriguez plays his A game, still leading the SEC in rushing, Will Levis is going to have to make some plays, though.
Yeah.
Got to throw it down the field. And Eddie Grant's back helping with that offense, but he's a guy that is a lot more conservative than the new guy brought in, Liam
Cohen.
Liam Cohen, who sounds like it would be a great movie producer, by the way. Liam Cohen. Did you see Liam Cohen's new movie?
No, what is it? Is it the one where the guy, John Cusack, holds
up the
speaker?
stereo above his head, trying to get the girl back?
Yeah. I've not seen Liam Cohen's new movie.
Cusack does that in all of his movies there.
Well,
I do want to say this, though, about Kentucky. So Liam Cohen, those first couple of games look really good. Their last 2 weeks against Chattanooga and against South Carolina, they've averaged 22 points and 344 yards. Last year, they averaged 22 points and 318 yards. So the last couple of outings, that Kentucky's looked much like it looked last year.
That's right. Going in a reverse situation, maybe Will Levis can find the downhill passing. You can always find a good time with our friends at Odie's right there in Birmingham. And on Wednesday nights, that's where LT rolls in for trivia.
Yeah, great place to hang out all weekend long is Odie's Tavern. They've got, inside or outside of that great patio. Enjoy the fall weather. Get those ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Enjoy the incredible food from Rodney Davis, including delicious lunches and dinners, award-winning wings, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. But get in this weekend, live music on Fridays and Saturdays. Of course, you can check out all of the college football action. Go see Will Haver and that great staff, a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern at Crestline Village.
Ready for a big one in Tuscaloosa, Ole Miss and Alabama. Also, UAB cranking up that new stadium, Protective Stadium. Did you see how many beer taps
I did.
are in the stadium?
Yep.
324 beer taps inside Protective. You pull a cold beer as you watch the Blazers take on Liberty Saturday night as they crank open that new stadium. They pop the actually cut the ribbon down there. You don't pop a ribbon, you cut the ribbon down there.
Yes, you do.
When did they cut it?
They cut it earlier this week,
Okay,
10 o'clock. We'll be in the new stadium on Saturday night for that one. Liberty and UAB with 324 beers on tap, including our friends from Bud Light, who brings you the next round. Another hour on the road from Tuscaloosa is up next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
I'm Jim Dunaway from my friends at ERA King Real Estate. They know better agents make better deals. That's why they support their agents with innovative training and technology that helps them provide value to you. Find your agent by texting the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. Even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Talladega is home to big campgrounds, big parties, big playoff hopes, and oh yeah, the big one. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd. Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com. That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we've got the Bud Light trailer out on the road today. It's outside. It's fired up. The beer's cold, and the football's hot in Tuscaloosa, Alabama this weekend. Ole Miss and number 1 Alabama. We're at the world-famous Innisfree in Tuscaloosa, kicking off what it will be a spectacular weekend of fun here as well. And it'll go deep into the night, into tomorrow and game day. This hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken. If you want to win your tailgate, whether it's Tuscaloosa or downtown at UAB this weekend, or if you're heading to Baton Rouge, pack up some Champy's fried chicken with you. That chicken on a stick, that southern staple, the Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales right there, the best I've ever tasted. Check them out online, champyschicken.com. And part of the show as well, LT, being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg.
Yes, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop their online store. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, there is never a bad reason to talk to T-Bob Hebert, but there is a great reason this week as he joins us now on the Pepsi Hotline. Auburn headed to Baton Rouge. T-Bob, what's up, man? How are you?
Well, boys. It's a pleasure to be here. Sorry I can't be on my own nicer mic setup. You're catching me in the studio, so I'm doing this from my laptop. But that's very cute. It's very cute how you Alabama people are trying to pretend like you have any perspective and pretend like you know what it's like to enter a game in which you may lose. I kind of appreciate it, quite frankly. It's like when Jeff Bezos does something human and you're like, oh, right, okay. Or like Zuckerberg, you're like, okay, you know what? Like at a time, they were one of us. Like they used to be. They were out of a woman and they grew up and they had a childhood. Like they used to be a normal person before they started living in their ivory tower and made billions of dollars and lost all perspective as to what it's actually like to be a true blue-collar college football fan.
Okay, so before we get into Auburn and LSU, let's ask you.
I love this.
You have seen this Ole Miss offense. I mean, this is an offense that really dominated Alabama's defense last year. They still lost by 15 points, but going into this game, do you realistically see a path where Ole Miss beats Alabama and Bryant-Denny?
I do not. And I hate myself for it because there's a lot of people around here and there's a lot of football voices that I really trust that see that path. Unfortunately, I feel a bit like Vercingetorix and the rest of the Gulls, ground to dust under the heel of Roman oppression, where I'm just kind of like, all right, dude, whatever, dude. It is what it is. The aura of Alabama in this game is a little too great for me to overcome. And what I mean by that is like, okay, normally Saban's having to reach for straws to find that motivation, right? Well, he had the close call against Florida, and now he's dealt with an entire news cycle where all anybody's talking about is like, Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss. And Ole Miss is so good, and this is a real game. And it's not that they could just cover, but they might beat Alabama. And I just, again, it's like you suffered at the hands of that empire for so long that it's hard for me to buy that. I would love nothing more than to be wrong. As much as I hate Ole Miss, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and I love nothing more than Alabama tears. They satiate me. I mean, I'm still getting a little juice off of 2019, but unfortunately, I just don't know that I see it, and it bums me out. I mean, it's at Bryant-Denny. If it was in Oxford, maybe. I just struggle with the full-on Ole Miss wins this game outright. I find that very hard to believe. I mean, Alabama hasn't trailed in like 54 quarters. You realize that?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
an NCAA record. You're in the midst of an NCAA. Yeah, that's why I talk about perspective all the time. You haven't trailed in a season's worth of football games. I don't know if we're allowed to curse on this, so I won't. But what the hell is that about? It's absurd. It makes sense.
I'm interested. You love movies and character. If you had to say in any movie or TV show you've seen over your life, the relationship between Nick Saban and Lane Kiffin, can you draw on anything from that relationship? Because it seems to be unique. Because we debate on whether they like each other at all.
He's got it.
Very easy here. No, and I don't think that. I think that they have a bit of a working relationship, but it's weird, right? Because I always thought that Saban's comments towards Kiffin would be a bit warmer, but they're really not. They're generally filled with like passive aggressivity and like actually kind of don't like this guy genuinely, right? To me, look, there is one cinematic analog for Nick Saban, and it is Emperor Palpatine, the bad guy from these Star Wars movies, right? This goes without saying. It's 1-to-1. We're going to get maybe a little deep into Star Wars nerddom for your traditional listening fan base, but Darth Maul feels like a great analog for Lane Kiffin, because Darth Maul was once used by Palpatine, raised by Palpatine, brought up to being a Lord himself, and then he was cast aside. And he was cast aside for some better options. Elsewhere, Maul hates Palpatine, even though Maul himself is a bad guy. Maul hates Palpatine. So in the same way, I think you have Kiffin, a former apprentice of the Emperor, who has now forged his own path, a very powerful Force user in his own right. But can he, at the end of the day, beat the OG? And Unfortunately, everybody that ran up a Palpatine was found wanting. And I think, unfortunately, Kiffin is going to go down that same mall story path.
I thought the analogy, I thought you were going to go Maximus, Nick Saban, and Commodus, Lane Kiffin.
Look, I mean, Gladiator plays, but you have to understand, I'm a broken human being, and I know more about the geography of Middle Earth than I do the geography of the United States. Like, we've kind of literally put it so, I tend to view everything through a Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, or Harry Potter lens.
T-Bob Hebert is with us, ESPN Radio down in Louisiana, former LSU great. He is on the Pepsi hotline. Let's talk Auburn LSU. Who do LSU fans want to see start this game? TJ Finley or Bo Nix?
Okay, that's I haven't posed that yet. Actually, I would say they want to see Bo Nix because he feels like he almost in a way he feels like the weaker option because he is the known option, right? Like we've seen what Bo Nix can do or what he does on the road, and quite frankly, it's not very good. And you can say that, oh, well, Bo Nix beat the hell out of LSU last year. This is true, but that's kind of the exception to the Bo Nix rules in a lot of way. Like in TJ Finley, is there higher risk? Certainly, but I think there's also potentially higher reward. What I find fascinating about the Finley thing is, look, obviously I watch a lot of LSU film, right? Last year, I was a bit outside of the LSU hive mind where I saw no demonstrable difference, certainly in style. But in terms of success and effectiveness, I saw no demonstrable difference between Finley and Johnson. Really, all I saw was Finley would struggle when the O-line sucked. That's every quarterback, right? But other, it's to an extent. But like Finley's success level was not predicated on him himself. It was whether or not he had time. In the same way, Max only started 2 games last year. He was well protected in those 2 games. He did great. Well, when Finley was well protected in 2 games, he did great. And he got a couple SEC wins. Now, granted, Finley lost that battle once you got into spring. But, like, in my mind, those 2 quarterbacks are much, 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 much closer to one another than a lot of LSU fans are willing to admit. So I would want to see Finley, but also, as you can tell, I'm a sucker for storylines. And Finley returning at the head of the very army that broke him last year, because the Auburn game broke TJ Finley and LSU fans' minds, right? It's like Finley and LSU got a little cocky. They tried to have an assault on Jordan Hare. They get defeated. They come back limping. They kidnap TJ Finley. And now a year later, he returns at the head of the very army that broke his spirit. He returns to burn down and raise his homeland, the place where he was raised, the place that he once loved and worked and lived. That is narratively perfect. Okay, it's perfect. I don't know if I'm not biased answering this question because I want Finley to start.
I know LSU can't run the football, but LSU still controls everything in front of them. Their one loss was UCLA. I'm sure that's Ed Orgeron's message right now. Do you see this as an LSU team that can get better and can compete with some of the big boys in the SEC West?
Not right now. But that's fine, right? I mean, this is the problem that I have with college football a lot of times now is we've lost all, and it's kind of ironic, especially given Nick Saban's stance on the process, right? But we have lost sight of the journey. What's wrong with taking results as they come? Sure, as we sit here today, LSU doesn't feel like they would do very good against Ole Miss or Alabama or the better teams in the schedule. I mean, it didn't feel great against Mississippi State. You passed that test. It's a coin flip against Auburn. Can you pass that test? Like, I am all about trying to enjoy the journey because I love football, right? And so entering a game, 8 p.m., Tiger Stadium, first time in 2 years, it's going to be packed out. It's going to be crazy. I have no idea if LSU is going to win. But that very anxiety, the gulf between the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, that is what gives me life. Like, that is what is so much fun about sports, is the fear of the unknown. As you're watching Georgia and Arkansas play, and you're watching Alabama and Ole Miss play, and the entire time in the back of your head, are we going to win? Are we not going to win? I'm kind of confident. You're talking about people. You're bouncing back and forth. Like, that sort of anxiety, those emotions are why we love sports. because it rips us out out of our heart. And so, no, I have no great expectations for LSU on the season, but I'm incredibly excited for tomorrow night. And yeah, I think it's a coin flip game, and I think that LSU has a couple things in their favor where I would score at like 55 LSU, 45 Auburn. I think that Auburn is a team in flux, right? They don't know who they want their quarterback to be. At this point, no matter which guy you commit to, it's still an unsure decision, right? So you don't know who your quarterback's going to be. You fire your wide receiver coach. I had a couple podcast buddies who are on the Auburn message boards for whatever that's worth. There's all kind of rumors about infighting, blah, blah, blah. You'll know more about that than I do. The point is, it's an Auburn team that doesn't seem to know itself. This is an LSU team that, no question, and remember, quarterback, the queen of the chessboard, the most important position on the field. You know your quarterback is Max Johnson. There's no doubt about that. This is an LSU team where you have seen clear and discernible growth points every week as these young coordinators start to figure out, okay, this is what I have, this is what I don't have, how do I best effectively employ it? So between the crowd and the fact that LSU feels like, even if LSU isn't quite as good as Auburn, they feel like a team that knows themselves, whereas Auburn feels like a team kind of mired in a bit of doubt and uncertainty. And so for that reason, I don't really know who's going to win, but if we're scoring it on a percentage standpoint, I would give like a 55-45 advantage to LSU for that reason.
All right, he is T-Bob Hebert, the LSU great, ESPN radio there in Baton Rouge throughout the state of Louisiana. Follow him on Twitter at T-Bob53. T-Bob, it is always fun talking to you, man. Enjoy the games this weekend.
Boys, congratulations on the next round. I love coming on. It's awesome. Forging your own path in this business is a scary thing. Y'all are killing it. Keep killing it. And we'll definitely talk again when I don't know. Whenever Alabama does something that's worth talking about, which is once a year when they win the Natty, because otherwise they're just completely boring and uninteresting and mean nothing to college football as a whole.
We'll do that. Thank you, T-Bob. Take care. All right, see you, buddy. T-Bob Hebert with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
Did you take LT out?
Well, we lost LT. I'll have to help him over here. So what happened?
We lost LT.
No, he's still alive. Don't worry.
And our little Brady Bunch boxes here going on. Part of our show today is being brought to you by the great folks at Storm Restoration Roofing right now. If you're like T-Bob and you think Alabama has the perfect house, you still have to check that roof out, right? These storms blow in, and Storm Restoration Roofing can do that for you. If you haven't had your roof inspected in the last year or so, it's time to get it inspected again. And Greg from Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City, can do that. And here's the deal. It's a free, no-cost inspection. It makes no sense not to call this guy and let him inspect your roof because there's no obligation. A free, no-cost inspection, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or simply go to your Facebook page and look for Greg from Pell City, and you can hook up with Greg right there. Storm Restoration Roofing, A-plus rated, with a Better Business Bureau, locally owned for over 20 years. The insurance company loved them, and they absolutely have the best warranty in town. And listen, you look at that roof and you say, man, do I need a new roof? Do I need a new roof? You know who knows? Greg from Pell City knows. He can give you a free, no-cost inspection, 205-542-3531. 1999. Doesn't make sense that Auburn hasn't won at Tiger Stadium since 1999, since Cole Kublik was a little bitty baby player, right? He was still young, right?
He was.
He had hair, and he was smoking a cigar on the Tiger Eye after the game, and Auburn got the big victory, and Cole Kublik led them to the victory from his center position, and they ran up and down the field in Baton Rouge. That was 1999, and they haven't won there since. Do you think they win there this weekend?
I mean, this is a total toss-up game. There are so many unknowns. I don't know. Regardless of who you start at quarterback, what kind of play are you going to get from that position for Auburn? LSU, as you just said, Lance, cannot find a way to run the football. It makes you pretty one-dimensional against an Auburn defense that at times has been good, at times has had massive bust.
Yeah, and Keyshawn Butte is becoming one of these guys that he's really difficult to cover.
Yeah.
And so I still think he's going to get his. I think Max Johnson is getting better as a quarterback, but they do have to find a way to get some balance on that offense. Back to what T-Bob said, LSU fans want Bo Nix to start because they've seen Bo Nix on the road in SEC stadiums before. As good as he was against LSU, I think Auburn's best opportunity to win this game is TJ Finley.
I'll remind them they saw TJ Finley on the road against an SEC team last year, too.
I get that.
That was not great.
I still think there could be some upside with TJ Finley. I lean LSU wins this game, but it's a really tough game.
Jeremy, in our chat room, who is a better coach for one game, in your opinion? If you had one game your life depended on, would you go Ed Orgeron or Brian Harsin?
Oh.
Is Joe Brady my offensive coordinator and Joe Burrow my quarterback?
I'd be getting my affairs in order.
Everybody wants to know what Lance did when he turned his camera off. Lance, what'd you do when you
didn't
turned
do
the camera
anything.
off?
I don't know how I turned my camera off. I think that was one of those Star Trek or Star Wars warp he put us in.
I think T-Bob did it.
Yeah, I mean, he was speaking a different language. I don't know what the hell he was talking about.
AWKAU. Lance passed out on camera. Have you had one drink yet?
I'm drinking nothing but water, but in 40, not that I'm counting, in 41 minutes, I'm getting started.
Hey, how about the folks at Redmont Vodka with these cups, by the way? They spin it around, Redmont Vodka cups with the Next Round logo on there. Man, we got some good friends.
You buy those in the store?
Appreciate the great folks at Redmont Vodka doing that part of our show today, being brought to you not only by Redmont Vodka and Distilling, also our friends at Hemp Hill, who can keep you online, LT.
Yes, my go-to for all things heating and cooling is Hemp Hill. One thing I cannot do is get out of this now. I tell you.
Camera off?
No, like nothing's working.
Yes,
Yeah, nothing's working.
Your audio's working, though.
Anyway, I had the AC go out just a couple of months ago. The first call that I made was to Hemp Hill for plumbing, heating, cooling. Hemp Hill since 1954. They are Birmingham's go-to. They're the only name I trust. Make sure you check out our friends. It's hard to stop a train. Hemp Hill Services.
All right. What are you drinking, Joseph asked? Right now, water to come up. I'm debating between Redmont Vodka or a nice cold Bud Light. We'll get to that coming up later. Also, John Metchie joins us at the top of the hour, the Alabama wide receiver, who will be with us as we work our way through a Friday. I don't know about you guys. Fridays are always, when it's this big of a Saturday, I want to fast forward through Friday. I just want it to go.
Absolutely.
But rarely are we on location with just a puff of clouds in the sky in Tuscaloosa with the wind blowing right now out of the south, a little Gulf air, making this feel like a perfect weekend to get rolling for college football right here on the Next Round. We've got trash. Stay with us.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Talladega is home to big campgrounds, big parties, big playoff hopes, and oh yeah, the big one. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd. Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh, yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident and ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
Back from Innisfree in Tuscaloosa, lunch crowd starting to make their way in. We still have our headlines to do a little bit later on and our 3 and out. And John Metchie at the top of the hour. But don't forget the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6 is up for you right now. You can do that by going to nextroundlive.com and making your picks for this weekend and trying to get to the championship week, which comes up, of course, in week 13. Looking forward to talking to Metchie coming up here at the top of the hour. If you're looking for a new gig right now, our friends at Truckworks want to remind you that they've got openings, 13 locations throughout Alabama, Mississippi, and the state of Florida. And Truckworks are looking for people with all experience levels. They're hiring right now, and it doesn't matter if you've got experience in their field or if you don't. All departments across all locations, 13 locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, opening in sales, management, service techs, deliveries, and a lot more. You can see the open positions by hitting the Join Our Team tab on the website, truckworks.com, truckworks.com. That's works with an X, truckworks.com. Another game we haven't really talked about yet before we get to Trash LT is that that showdown between Tennessee and Missouri. It's off the radar because we have so many big games. But this is sort of, Tennessee's going to play Alabama here in a few weeks. And that's a monumental game. And they're coming off another loss to Florida. And their losing streak to Florida is almost as bad now as their losing streak to Alabama. But they've got an opportunity this week against a Missouri team that is struggling defensively and especially struggling at stopping the run. Is this a chance for Josh Heupel to get an SEC win this weekend at Missouri?
You can tell how good Arkansas's defense is getting under Barry Odom and how it's going the wrong way under Eli Drinkwitz. Although they had some bad spots last year, including late against Arkansas in 2020. Offensively, Missouri's fine. Baszler's still a good quarterback. Beatty has become one of the better running backs in the SEC. But you're right, they can't stop anybody. And they go from a place that Eli Drinkwitz was not happy about going, Chestnut Hill, to play an out-of-region game, as he called it, against Boston College, and to lose that game the way they lost in overtime after coming back, hitting that 54-yard field goal to take it to overtime. You just wonder where they are mentally. I mean, to me, talent-wise, this is a game Missouri's obviously a favorite too, -3.5 right now. Talent-wise, Missouri should be able to win this game, but I don't know.
Texas A&M is in another tricky game with Mississippi State here. Boy, the Aggies 1 week ahead from playing Alabama. Desperate need of a good showing offensively, aren't they?
They are. I mean, they got to find something quick. And I don't know that what they got to find isn't just Haynes King coming off the sideline and actually playing. I don't have a ton of faith in this offense led by Zach Calzada and that offensive line. And you're not changing the offensive line at this point. The only thing you change now is Haynes King when he gets back.
Well, Mississippi State's going to get their yards through the air. They're averaging 364, and Will Rogers has gone 11 touchdowns. On the other side, Calzada, I don't know if Haynes King was going to be the answer anyway, but you look at this A&M, their inability to throw the football. You know what they're averaging per game through the air? 119 yards per game through the air.
That ain't good.
I mean, that's worse than Kentucky.
It is.
I mean, worse than Kentucky was a couple of years ago.
They've become old Kentucky.
Yeah, that is a struggling stat right there, especially with what's on the horizon on your schedule. All right, Pepsi hotline. We'll get back to phone calls later on, 205-734-0923. But as we do every day at this time, even in this hour, right here at the 11 o'clock hour, we give you a little trash with LT, and it's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
Retired Army Lieutenant General Lieutenant. Oh, I'm scared. Well, Joe, are we having Hurtling joining us?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, I was almost as bad what I just butchered. I've got to take that back. Clarification real quick.
Yeah, it sounded awful low, yes.
A&M has only allowed 119 per game.
It's a little
so no, my note was, Mississippi State, everything is through the air with Will Rogers, and on the other side, that Elko defense is only allowing.
So all the good things you just heard about Mississippi State, and the bad things about Texas A&M, flipping them around.
Yeah. Well, just something's got to give.
When you said it, I thought, I knew they've been bad. I know they've been that bad.
Well, I started looking at my stat sheets. I was like, how have I missed that stat that they're that bad?
Yeah, that would be.
And I actually wrote down here, really good defense. And I was like, man, my stat.
Really good defense.
Really good defense.
Hey, if you're sick of leasing your life away, Mortgage Right, they've got the cure with locations nationwide. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they're dedicated to make the home buying process easy, eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. If you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start in what is written as some straight drunk-ass behavior. Authorities in Turkey say a man went missing after getting lit with his friends at a bar, only to resurface by joining the search party that was looking for him.
Yeah.
Wait, he's so drunk that he's lost.
I'll help.
Who are we looking for?
Now, that's right. 50-year-old Bihain Mutla went out drinking Tuesday night, apparently got hammered on whatever they drink in Turkey, and wandered off into a forest in the northwestern part of the country. After not returning home, a search party was formed to find Mr. Mutla. Party goes out into the woods looking for the man. He happened upon the search party, joined them, clearly not knowing they were looking for him.
Nobody over here.
They searched several hours. Eyewitnesses report that someone in the search party called out the man, and the case was solved when the man replied, "I'm here."
Yeah. Oh, we're looking for me?
What do you guys want? Be quiet.
Turns out Bihain had searched for himself for hours, according to different outlets. The man told authorities he thought the search was for someone else, and he clearly wasn't missing because he was right there in the search.
Is this a little bit like, I don't know if you guys did this, but if you were in the middle of some trouble in high school, you might kind of show up with some information about what happened. You're like, oh, I wasn't here, I didn't see anything. Just kind of throw yourself off. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you blend in. If you give information, you become a witness.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you try to become an eyewitness to the situation.
You say I've got an obstacle here to actually make garbage cans.
I do, and Seneca got the first miss.
I went off the glass here, which was almost a great shot, and then it lipped out of the garbage can. I think I got the next one.
Center, by the way, there's 8 more stories. If you go 0 for 8, you do not have to pick them up.
I'd wait till the end.
Until the end.
Yeah.
Okay, the 18th time thieves tried to steal meat mogul Evan Wexler's exotic sports cars. He ran naked from his bed with a loaded semi-automatic rifle to fire warning shots from the porch. Now, the gunfire worked. The thieves fled, but Wexler, 56, has bared his frustration with police. He claimed we're more concerned with him being a vigilante than catching the car bandits who have targeted his Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Hummers over the past 2 years.
Yeah.
Now, as recently as Sunday night, footage shows thieves broke into his Mercedes G-Wagon parked in front of his New Jersey driveway. Then they started looking for keys to more of his exotic rides. Now, the Lamborghini that was stolen last August, worth $500,000. At one time was one of only 10 here in America, was found a week later with $80,000 worth of damage. Now, the second-generation butcher turned high-end supermarket wholesaler who goes by the Sophisticated Gentleman on Instagram lives in a mansion and in the exclusive Bluff section overlooking the Hudson River.
The Sophisticated Gentleman.
I think if somebody's trying to steal your car, you should be able to. I mean, fire a warning shot. It's not like shooting them in the back.
Yeah, all right. Fire a warning shot was where you're going. I know where you're going to go with that. Yeah.
Yep. Next time you got a garbage, throw it this way. See if you can hit the little garbage can this way.
That's very, very small, Dunaway.
Look like you're about to yak in it.
Police are investigating a report
Saturday morning
of a shooting after an unidentified man received treatment at an area hospital. Now, police said the man told police that he and family members who refused to identify were trying out bulletproof vest when he allowed another person to shoot him.
That one doesn't work.
No, we've seen this on Jackass before. I think
they take shots.
Yeah, I think Johnny Knoxville took a shot. Yeah.
Yeah. That's stupid.
Really?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's probably not smart. According to the sheriff, quote, something like this is definitely not a good idea.
Definitely not.
We don't know how much about what happened because he wasn't saying, but a bulletproof vest is not a catch-all. Now, while bulletproof vests are a good safety protocol, they're not 100% effective and will not stop a bullet every time. Now, factors such as the bullet's caliber will affect a bullet's impact to the vest.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Good warning for the kids there, LT.
Yeah. Like, you think a 22 might pop a little less punch than a 44. That was a heck of a shot. Lance on the bank shot off the glass.
Okay, I've got offbeat holidays in October. We've got one today.
October 1 is a holiday.
It's National Homemade Cookie Day.
Oh, yeah. Love
now
them.
we're talking.
Love them.
Now, if you could have any cookie of your choice right now.
White chocolate macadamia. It's my favorite.
I would go peanut butter cookie with some kind of crunchy something in it. Crunchy peanut butter cookie.
Okay.
Slightly burned peanut butter cookie with some crunchy caramel stuff.
I'm right there with you. I like the burn cookie.
Yeah, maybe a little dazzle of sea salt.
Dazzle.
October 4th is National Golf Day. Brown, are you ever getting back on the course?
Gosh, I hope so. I was talking about that. Was that last night? I was talking about that last night.
You're working too much.
Yeah, I know.
I was this far right here, Brown. This far.
From a hole-in-one.
It's probably about like this. This far from my first eagle.
Oh, eagle.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be hole-in-one.
Baby steps.
No, I had dinner with a friend of mine, Jacob Simmons, last night, and he shot his career best round and was telling me about it. And his wife was like, "Well, Ryan, why did you not go play with him?" I'm like, "Well, because I don't play golf anymore."
Let me ask you this.
You quit playing golf?
As a golfer, because I know I would zone out, but I'm different. Is it exciting to hear about somebody else's best round?
In limited doses. Okay. Yeah. I don't need the hole by hole.
Because I love my friends' kids, but I really don't need to hear that they went 4 for 5 and, every play of every baseball game.
I don't need the PGA Tour shot link. I just need you to tell me you shot a 75 and, hey, let me tell you about this one hole maybe.
I shot a 91.
Yeah, don't care.
Really good around the green yesterday.
Okay, that's awesome.
Hey, Rockstar's going to be excited about October 9th. It is Moldy Cheese Day.
Oh.
I'm not really
Rockstar's a big blue.
Yeah.
Rockstar's a big blue cheese guy, isn't he?
Yeah. Rockstar, you say blue cheese. No, it's feta, Rockstar. And Rockstar, you say feta cheese is what?
A toe cheese. It smells like your big toe.
Oh.
You asked.
Feta cheese is so good.
It is. I did ask. Why did I ask that?
Okay, here's another holiday. October 12th is National Gumbo Day.
Oh, I like gumbo too.
Dark roux, right? Very dark.
No,
That's what I
actually,
like.
actually not. No, I think I probably like the lighter roux more than the dark roux.
October 13th, take your parents to lunch day.
That's always a nice thing to do.
Oh, yeah.
Take parents to lunch.
Well, it's been years since I've done
What
that.
day did I have to do that?
That's October 13th.
Okay.
Right? And finally, October 24th is National Bologna Day.
Most of these are pretty good.
I can securely say that I like bologna.
I love bologna. Yeah, there's no reason to be insecure about
But
that.
it can be cut too thick for me.
Yeah, I
don't
agree.
like it too thick.
I just remember as a kid, mom and dad would, they slit it, put it in the microwave with a piece of cheese on top.
Silver dollar.
Yeah, and it would kind of curl up like a bowl, and you put it on white bread with mayo.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Okay, do you guys remember this famous jingle? The best part of waking up Is Folgers in your cup?
I do. That's
yes,
very well
yeah.
played by you.
Okay,
too.
so that jingle is up for grabs right now. The royalties for a piece of coffee history are on the auction block right now. The bidding started this week at $63,000. We're told there have already been 16 bids.
Wow.
Now, the auction's entering its final stages at the royalty exchange. The auction house says the Folgers jingle royalties for the past 12 months paid almost $12,000, and since 2011, the song has earned a total of $38,000 and change, with more than half coming in the last 2 years. So it's a long-term investment.
Yeah.
The winning bid will own the songwriter's share of public performance royalties, get paid anytime the song is used in commercials, on TV and movies, traditional satellite, radio, plus internet streaming.
Yep.
Here's your problem. I think there's way too many.
Good chances we're about to have to pay for what you just did.
Well, I think, you think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think what happens here is you've got Starbucks growing more and more and more, and there's less people drinking Folgers.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
And there's more options out there. Back in the day, there was Folgers and what was the other one? Sanka? Was it
Yeah.
Sanka?
It was Sanka.
But I also
Maxwell
think
Maxwell House. Rockstar's right. Maxwell House.
that you're going to have people that want to, as that brand grows so big, they'll want to do a throwback. And so, you may even have a Folgers car on the NASCAR circuit at some point.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Whether it's during a long taxi journey or in the queue of a supermarket, there are often situations we're forced to talk to strangers.
Oh, I hate it.
Now, while you might be tempted to opt for the standard topic of weather, a new study suggests it may actually be less awkward to have a deep, meaningful conversation. Dunaway does this.
I do it all
you
the
really
time.
do. Yep.
Awkward Jim.
Now, researchers from the University of Chicago conducted a series of experiments in which volunteers engaged in both shallow and then more involved conversations. They found that people often avoid forging deeper connections because they underestimate how interesting other people will find what they have to say is. Now, however, deep, meaningful conversations were found to be less awkward and more enjoyable than small talk.
Yeah, well, it's 2 for 2 for Lance. He has found a spot on the glass there. One time, I know it was at Walk-Ons.
That's the first time they've said that about him.
Yes.
Here at Innisfree.
We were at Walk-Ons for the launch party, the kickoff party. And you were in one of those conversations where it's socially awkward and you just expand the conversation. And Maggie, Jim's lovely wife, said, Ryan, have you ever noticed how Jim is socially awkward, but he makes the conversations longer? I said, have I noticed it?
He's mastered it.
I said, I've lived this.
No, hey, Dunaway, this is for you, though. They've got a couple of examples. If you're in the supermarket aisle today, maybe you're in a local CVS, who knows?
Right.
And these are a couple of examples of deep conversation starters for you. First one, if a crystal ball could tell you the truth about yourself, your life, your future, or anything else, what would you want to know? If somebody says that to me and I don't know them, I'm walking the other way quick.
No doubt.
I'm just buying tampons. Come on now.
Here's another one. Can you describe a time you cried in front of another person?
I will not use that, but I can describe that time. Yes. I'll tell you what happened yesterday on the golf course, Brown. We had to let a single play through.
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate playing through. I don't mind I dislike either one, but playing through is bad.
So just let him play through. Don't talk to him.
Right.
Hey, come on, play through. Okay, thank you. Where'd
you get those clubs?
I started a conversation. It turned into
you're Emmy winning Jimmy Dunaway.
I asked a very in-depth, it was not an easy to answer question. He gave me the long answer, and I thought to myself, why didn't I just say play through and just look down at my phone?
Hey, Rockstar, this is for you. One of our loyal and dedicated viewers / listeners, Steve, was jogging by Innisfree this morning as I was walking in, and he stopped and yelled across the street, "Hey, Brownie!" And I look and he says, "Enjoy the next 24 hours.
Oh, my.
No, he laughed about it. He thought it was hilarious. He loved that segment of the show yesterday.
That's all I got, Dunaway.
That's trash.
That is trash today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
And it's the American dream to buy your own home, and Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you're looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
For Auburn, Bo and TJ both taking first-team reps this week. Still no decision yet on who will be starting. Last night, Virginia, a winner over Miami, 30-28, left upright on the last kick for Miami. The Canes lose again. Manny Diaz in trouble down there. Big night for Joe Burrow and the Bengals. They hold on 24-21. A heartbreaking loss, according to Urban Meyer, in Week 4 of the National Football League. Those are your headlines as we broadcast live from Innisfree in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Big game week all over college football, including here, the home of the national champs. Alabama hosting Ole Miss in a battle of really battle for the lead in the SEC West and maybe the driver's seat. More on that when we do our headlines when we come back on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Talladega is home to big campgrounds, big parties, big playoff hopes, and oh yeah, the big one, NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd. Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
ERA King real estate agents are out there every day working hard to make home buying easy. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I know firsthand ERA King's commitment is to support them with the most innovative training and technology available. So even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's 35260 to get started. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
The Next Round is proud to partner with our friends at Taco Mama to support local Alabama startups. Taco Mama is celebrating their 10th anniversary, and as part of this celebration, Taco Mama wants to give back to startups that are trying to build their new business and live out their dreams. As part of this promotion, Taco Mama and the Next Round wants you to send us a 90-second or less video telling us a little bit about your startup. The Next Round will select multiple winners, and they will receive a taco bar compliments of our friends at Taco Mama, and one lucky startup will receive 1 month's free advertising thanks to our friends at Taco Mama. Taco Mama knows how difficult these first steps are, and they want to support local startups and make their journey just a little bit easier. Really simple. Email us that 90-second video or less, staff@nextroundlive.com. That's staff@nextroundlive.com. Again, Taco Mama celebrating their 10th anniversary, and as part of this celebration, they want to give back to startups trying to build their new businesses throughout the state of Alabama.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain two things. One, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face, and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back on the next round on the road. Getting ready for a big game weekend. We're about to talk to Jeff from Anniston after LT tells us about ship happening.
Yes, in today's ever-changing market, your supply chain is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments, they're crucial. With over 20 years combined experience and relationships, our friends Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens, they've got the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens is ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
All right, let's get back to the Pepsi hotline. Jeff in Anniston is with us. Jeff, good morning, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Loving me some October. Just a little bummed out the season's about half over, but other than that, loving me some October.
I hear you.
Oh, gosh. He wouldn't Dunaway on me. The season's almost half over. I don't want that.
Okay. Before I ask my sports, I'm talking to a buddy of mine the other day, and if every time you read aloud the book War and Peace, cover to cover, you got a free 2-week all-expense paid trip to anywhere, how many times a year do you think you would do that?
Oh,
well,
I got to read
reader.
War and Peace aloud cover to cover would take a while. Out loud, but I get a 2-week paid vacation.
I do it twice a year.
I think I do it twice a year. I try anyway.
You think you could get it twice?
Have you done it?
No, Lord, no. I can't even watch the movie. It's too damn long.
Yeah, I would not do it, Jeff. There's not enough me willing to go any to have me do that.
What I probably don't have to confess here, but I will, is I have zero clue how long it would take me to read War and Peace aloud. I mean, I don't know that I've ever touched the book, much less read it.
I think it's like 1,100 pages. But all right. This question is for the chatterbox. LT. Better way to make money in the long run: bet point spread exclusively, or bet on money line only?
I would say the best way to win money is to bet exclusively on the point spread. I don't trust the money line. And look, there might be some formula that I've never come across in the NFL where you could more so do money line dogs.
Right.
I like playing with the points. I don't like playing money lines.
What about over under?
There was a time, Jeff, and I don't know if this time is come and gone because you've got every game on TV, but there was a time when if you would bet unders on televised games, you would make money.
Really?
You would, yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, Jeff, you may be aware of this. Somebody made me aware of it. I've never bet an NFL over under in my life, but there's this referee named Jerome Boger.
Yep.
And like 85
every under.
Is it all of them? It's like, I mean, this is an incredibly high percentage of his games go under. And now that my buddy has alerted me of that, every time I see him refereeing a game, I'll look at the total, and man, it is crazy how low scoring his games are.
But doesn't that disappoint you when you see him? You're like, it's gonna be a boring game.
Here's the thing, Jeff. Because I've always told people this: you should not wager to actually make money. You should wager to enjoy it as like a hobby. You should to make thousands and thousands of dollars. So my only problem, like if I see a total that I really like, I'll give it out. But if you want to enjoy a game sometimes, if you've got an under, it's almost impossible to enjoy that game. And if you've got a rooting interest, let's say that I'm a Rams fan and I play the over in the Rams-Cardinals this week, then I need points for the Cardinals. So I've actually got a pool for some points. So for Alabama fans that are going to be playing over 79 this weekend, you got to get some production out of Ole Miss if you're going to hit that. So to me, it loses a little bit of enjoyment if you're just playing casually, which you should. So I don't give out a lot of totals, if that makes any sense at all.
It does. And I have to say, I hate y'all putting the Bama game in the pick six every week, because I never bet on the Bama game, just because I don't want to have, Bama not covering, and even just a piece of me not wanting them to just blow a team out. I mean, I hate that y'all do that. I'm forced to bet on that one, but I understand why y'all do. Okay, couple things, and I'll ask some quick questions. Have to admit, I'm a little disappointed that y'all misled us on the Lego chair. I thought it was an actual Lego chair.
Well, that would be comfortable.
I really did. I was so pumped waiting on that thing. And I was wondering if firing the receivers coach to me, it might foretell that Bo will start Saturday, because that might be their little explanation for why Bo struggled so bad.
I had not thought of that. Is you fire him to say it's really the receiver's fault? I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah.
Again, Jeff, I read a little bit more into this. I think there's some things we don't know. And again, I have heard nothing, pure speculation on my part, which probably isn't fair. I just think it's a little premature to be firing somebody you hired in the offseason, 4 weeks in. I don't know if I've seen Auburn receivers running wide open. And, even when we did last year with Anthony Swartz, Bo couldn't hit him. So, and I don't know what to think about this. I don't know who starts. I lean TJ. These guys think Bo Nix is starting tomorrow night.
I think so too. And boy, we were terribly wrong with how strong the Big Ten was going to be this year, were we not?
It does seem that way, right?
I remember, Dunaway, I don't know if you remember this, but I remember us being at walk-ons, running through all those 40 and 40 countdowns, and every Big Ten team, Lance would say, I got these guys way higher than you. I love me some Big Ten.
But let me remind you guys real quick, with all of the attrition and everyone losing week in, week out, this Big Ten could get better. And there are Big Ten teams that are better than we thought. Michigan State is better than we thought.
They are.
Maryland or Iowa, whoever wins that game is better than we thought.
You're right about that.
And I still think Wisconsin is going to get a win tomorrow. Michigan's undefeated. So I still think the Big Ten's good. I just, it's not as good as I thought it was.
That actually hurts the Big Ten case if Wisconsin wins, though, because it knocks Michigan from being, on a path to being elite.
But you could have a lot of 9-3 and 10-2s.
All right, Jeff, we got time for one more, buddy.
Okay, more likely to lose Saturday, Oklahoma or Clemson?
Oklahoma.
I think I'd go Oklahoma at Kansas State. Tough place to play. I'd like it way more, obviously, if Skylar Thompson were playing.
I'm going to say neither lose, but I'm going to say Clemson, that it just starts to be one of those years. And Boston College is sneaky good. I'd definitely say Clemson if Boston College had their quarterback.
Yeah, you just can't tell me Missouri could beat Clemson on the road. And basically, Missouri had every opportunity to beat BC on the road.
I'm not sure. This Missouri team could beat Clemson.
Yeah, this Clemson team.
This Missouri team could beat that Clemson team on the road.
Not on the road.
I don't know. Jeff, thank you, man. Appreciate the phone call on the Pepsi hotline right there. More phone calls later on. Our headlines as well, 205-734-0923. This hour of the show brought to you by the folks at Champy's Chicken. If you're looking to win your tailgate, champyschicken.com. Champy's world-famous chicken, chicken on a stick, those tamales, the fried chicken plates, the po' boys, the tenders. You can get all those packaged up, take them to your tailgate, packaged up, taken back to your house, or eat right there in the store on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's Champy's Chicken, right there online, champyschicken.com. John Metchie scheduled to be with us next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show. John Metchie, Alabama wide receiver, with us momentarily. Part of this hour being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. You see their logo right there on the screen, LT.
Yes, our friends at Mortgage Right. No place like home, and nobody knows that better than Mortgage Right. With locations nationwide, they are the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals has the skills and knowledge to move you in with confidence. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start your home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, our guy John Metchie, the Alabama wide receiver, joins us on the Pepsi hotline each week, and he does so courtesy of our friends at Craneworks, the rental works division of Craneworks, keeping you from having to go to those big box stores. See more about all the landscaping equipment like mowers and big machines and skid steers they have at craneworks.com. Metchie joins us now before Alabama takes on Ole Miss. Hello, John. How are you today?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate you being back with us. John is on the Pepsi hotline. When you think back to last year's game, and I think we may have even asked you this before, that had to be among the craziest sporting events you've ever been involved in, the way that game last year in Oxford just went up and down the field all night.
Definitely. That game last year was definitely one of the most fun football games I've been a part of.
Does this feel, I mean, for Alabama fans and for Ole Miss fans, we're watching them walk in Innisfree right now. Does this feel like a huge game to you going into it?
It is. It's the most important game, mainly because it's the next one and it's the SEC. So,
All right, tell me, John, why last year's game was so enjoyable for you? Is it just that it was a pinball machine, that it was the so much offense, and being a receiver, you like the offense, or was it just exciting because it was a possibility of you guys being down to the end in a close, deciding, impactful game?
I think because it was a shootout. It was a big offensive game. It was a shootout between both teams, and it's just being a receiver and an offensive player. Kind of just love games like that.
Do you think Coach Kiffin has an advantage because he spent so many hours inside y'all's building with Nick Saban and some of those philosophies that he believes in? Do you think that has given Lane Kiffin some kind of Jedi, mind game tricks that he has that some other coaches don't have?
Definitely. I definitely think it's an advantage, especially just him being in the program, knowing how the program is run. I definitely think that just that gives him an advantage over other coaches that have the program.
John Metchie is with us. He is on the Pepsi hotline. He joins us each week courtesy of RentalWorks, the rental division of Craneworks. If you get those big box stores, they've got the equipment and rental division that you need with reliable machines and local experts to help you find exactly what you need. Call them for a personalized quote or visit craneworks.com to see their full inventory. So people like us talk about this game all year long, and they say, oh, no, Alabama will have this game circled. Their defense got upset by the way Ole Miss ran the ball, and this is personal to Alabama. Do those mindsets really exist, or is it something we overblow?
A little bit. I think every year when it comes around to playing a team, you kind of always look back at how it went last year, how we played, the things we could have cleaned up on, and we kind of take that into account for going into this game.
This defense does realize it gave up a school record 647 yards last year in Oxford. Have you seen a different energy with this defense in practice this week?
Yeah, most definitely. Focus, attention to detail, knowing who's playing and what type of offense and team we're going to be playing. Definitely have.
I'm wondering, John, you guys have your routines on a night like this. Tell me what the rest of the night's going to look like for you guys. What do you do tonight? How do you spend your time? Do you guys still watch movies like you used to? And do you know what's playing tonight?
Nah, I don't think we'll be watching a movie tonight. I think that's only when we have night games. But I think we'll have meetings, walk through, have a couple position meetings and stuff like that, and just stay off our.
Do you have any problem sleeping on a night like this before a big game?
Oh no, I'm knocked out. I go to sleep and wake up early, ready to go.
Do you did Cameron Latu give you anything for that touchdown you gave him? Does he owe you something for that? Because you hand delivered him the easiest touchdown he'll ever score.
Nah, he deserves it. He deserves for being there at the right time. He definitely saved me on that play, so I should be giving him something.
Because you get in trouble. That's a good point. I like that. All right, so John Metchie at his Alabama and Ole Miss. They are playing Saturday night, or Saturday afternoon, really, 2:30 on CBS. Good luck in the game, John. We appreciate the time. We'll see you next week.
Thank you. Thank y'all for having me.
All right, buddy. Take care. John Metchie with us on the Pepsi Hotline. He joins us each week, courtesy of Craneworks. If you have a home project coming up, you need to call RentalWorks. They have everything from landscaping equipment like mowers to big machines like skid steers. They also have certified crane operators to help handle those big jobs, too. So check out their full fleet, craneworks.com. That's craneworks.com. One of my takeaways is, and I'm not saying this just say, oh, we got something right, but the fact that revenge, I think, is a real thing for Alabama's defense when you listen to his answers there.
Oh, I agree. And, we go back to SEC Media Days, and that's something we talked about. This is a game that Nick Saban, I don't think he physically circled it. I don't know if he's got a schedule in front of him, but mentally he circled this game after last year in Oxford. And I think there's an axe to grind. I think there's a point to prove. And, I don't know, Dunaway. I think Ole Miss's offense is better this year, but I think Alabama's defense is going to show up.
Do you guys have your headlines ready?
I do. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, let's do our spotlight right here then, Rockstar. It's brought to you by our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union. And every day, every Friday anyway, we try to project what's going to happen on Monday. The Monday headlines or the Sunday headlines will be after a Saturday game. I got a couple of them over here. And Rockstar hits the big button. Let's go.
The America's First Federal Credit Union Spotlight.
Like the game's already been played. Monday's headlines today.
And here's what America's First is. The banking isn't just about your money. Banking is about you. That's what America's First was founded on. So they want to help you with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for you, and AmFirst has been putting you first ever since.
Let me go first on my alternate one that I just came up with.
Now came up with
this. Metchie, few words, many points. Metchie, few words, many points. Rockstar, you got a grade on that one.
Good thing he's not getting paid by the word, right?
Seriously, yeah. Man.
That's my headline. Metchie, few words, many points.
He's doing his talking on the field. Yeah, he's doing his talking on the field, Jim. Doing his talking on the field, man. You don't want him talking on the next round. You want him talking on the field, right?
Let's do it weekly then.
And then the connection, at least in my headset, was not.
I'm deaf after today.
Was not fantastic.
Just to let you know, y'all guys are on the same pot, so I would have to max Metchie out. So when I finished that you guys were going to ask a question, I had to blow it back down.
No, it's not you. Not you.
Dare I say we had a Metchie connection?
Oh, God.
All right. What do you have, LT? Start us off.
How about this one? Hoggy style. Arkansas flips script on dogs and shocks Georgia.
I like it.
So do you think that's going to happen? Or you
No,
just want a good headline?
Like the headline.
Yeah,
I've
that's kinda what I
never
thought.
heard anybody go Hoggy style.
Hoggy style. Okay, Brownie, what do you have? We'll do Brownie, then we'll do me, and then we'll do Rockstar. What do you have, Brownie?
Alabama runs this train. Lane train stopped in Tuscaloosa.
It's dangerous.
What?
Usually we repeat it again for effect.
Alabama runs this train. Lane train stopped in Tuscaloosa.
Okay. Mine's on the same game. You ready?
Which one? Alabama, Ole Miss?
Yes. Not so Ely. Alabama smothers Ole Miss. Not so Ely. Alabama smothers Ole Miss. Rockstar, what do you have?
I want to talk about the. You guys see the Ole Miss game tomorrow? Ole Miss, Alabama. Lane asks excuse for a heavyweight bout. Media receives swift Kiffin the balls for overhyping Bama blowout. Lane asks
That was a
excuse.
mouthful again.
Wait. Do it again.
Lane asks excuse for a heavyweight bout. Media receives swift Kiffin the balls for overhyping Bama blowout.
Very good, Rockstar. Those are the headlines today, brought to you by our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union.
What AmFirst knows, Dunaway, is banking isn't just about your money. It is about you getting up with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for you, and AmFirst has been putting you first ever since.
All right, LT has our 3 and out and a lock coming up still before we're done here. We're standing room here now by the bar at Innisfree Tuscaloosa, and it'll only get better from there. Love the crowd. And then Clay and the crew takes over for the rest of the weekend with a big noon kickoff from Fox and also his Outkick crew here and Outkick 360. The Bud Light trucks outside as well, and it is flowing smoothly as we have now tapped the keg here, and it's officially game weekend here on the next round with our friends at Bud Light. When we come back, that 3 and out, but right now LT wants to tell you the important part of capping your gutters this time of the year.
Yeah, cap it, don't snap it. Call our friend Chris Stewart, Gutter Cap, right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round. Listeners, think about getting on that dangerous ladder. You don't want to do it. Cap it, don't snap it. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out that debris. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Again, for more information, you can call C-Stu now, 823-2212. That's 823-2212, or go online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
All right, back in a moment. Stay with us.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The late summer weather is perfect for a stop at Timberline Golf Club. The Jerry Payton design course was voted by Golf Magazine as one of the best courses you can play in Alabama. A short drive from Birmingham on I-65, exit 228. Get tee times at timberlinegc.com or call 205-668-7888. Great playing conditions year-round, and ask the pro Joe Cruzy about the TrackMan driving range where you can use the same technology as the pros. For lessons and tee times, it's timberlinegc.com.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk, if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back on the next round, LTD&B, Rockstar, and Forrester. This is the first time we've done a show all separated, by the way. Do you know that?
I did, yes.
That's a good conversation, man. Thank you.
I mean, that's, we've been doing shows. We've been doing shows since August 16th. It's not like this snuck up on me.
Can you expound on that a little bit? Why do you think the game was exciting?
I mean, if you want me to expound on it, I will. Yeah, you're right, Jim. Rockstar and Forrester and the entire, Double Down Media family, they're in Birmingham. Now, me, you, and Lance, we're in Tuscaloosa.
I've got 4 hours to feel it every day, man.
And through the miracle of technology, we can, by and large, do the show from anywhere we want.
My favorite part, full disclosure, my favorite part, and this will transition into nut dust because I started to sweat right then. My favorite part was I didn't know if I just couldn't hear him or if he'd given somebody a one-word answer. So I was just sitting there for a second, and Brown had to hit my leg saying,
"Go, Jim.
Jim, ask your question."
No,
Jim.
I honestly think I'm losing my hearing.
Is it that loud?
I feel like I've been firing 9mm all day.
Yeah.
Iron Maiden concert. I mean, is it not that loud to you guys?
No, it's pretty loud on this
God
end. It's
almighty.
pretty so Brown can't hear or see.
Oh, by the way, I want to go back to that poll question.
Nut dust first.
All right, nut dust.
Our friends at Nut Dust. Go ahead.
Nut Dust, redefining the use and feel of body powder. I packed some for the weekend, by the way. Nut Dust, talc-free, all-natural body powder.
Me
Great
too.
for all over the body, feet below the belt. Available in 4 great scents, Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. Pack some Laddie for the weekend, by the way.
I got the Voyager.
Sweet.
You too.
All day, every day, Nut Dust has got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. Chris, once you do that, to put in the promo code FALL, you're going to get a nice discount, FALL, officialnutdust.com.
Isn't astigmatism an old person condition? People think that only you're confusing cataracts for an astigmatism.
Oh, yeah.
You are.
Yeah.
No, 84%. Yes, 16%.
That's on me.
Yeah.
My vocabulary is limited.
Right.
And I know words that sort of sound like words.
Sure.
And that sounded like it.
While we're there, the Nick Saban assistant, if he lost that perfect record against assistants, which one do you think would hurt him the least?
Yes.
Well, there were 3 choices: Jimbo Fisher, Kirby Smart, Lane Kiffin.
The one that will hurt him the least. Actually, as far as the impact of the playoff pursuit, it would be Lane this weekend. But the one emotionally that would hurt him the worst, is that the question, or the least?
The least.
The least would be Jimbo Fisher, Texas A&M.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. That's what 41% say. 37% say Kirby Smart. 22% say Lane Kiffin.
I think Kirby, I don't know, Brown. I think Kirby's more acceptable because it's Georgia. If you lose to Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin in year 2, based on what their offense did last year, and you're prepared this year, you've got better athletes. I mean, Lane Kiffin continues to say it. All of these athletes, all these guys that they have drafted in the NFL, they had 6 first rounders. We had 2 guys drafted last year.
Your path to the playoffs is better with a Texas A&M loss than a loss here Saturday night.
I do, well, because of Texas A&M's already got a loss.
A&M's already got a loss, and they'll lose again, I think. Even if they can beat Alabama, they'll drop the game to somebody, I would imagine.
I think this is being perceived as a showdown between Ole Miss and Alabama, and Ole Miss's street cred, I agree with LT, goes through the roof. If they pull the upset, Ole Miss is a top 3 team at worst case scenario, top 2 team most likely.
Yep.
And I think the respect for this loss, because of what Lane and them are doing offensively, I don't think they have a game that I absolutely, after this one, that I say Ole Miss definitely loses. So I think if Ole Miss wins this one, they are going to go to Atlanta. And I think Alabama's loss would be respected. And if it's a close game, they would still be in the playoff hunt too.
I feel really confident saying we will never live in a world where Lane Kiffin has an undefeated season. That will never happen. I'm speaking in an absolute right here.
That is an absolute.
It will never happen. So even
what
if
are you drinking over there?
I'm drinking a Stella.
Just checking.
It's only my second one, by the way. Even if they were to win tomorrow.
You started drinking at 12 noon. It's now 19 after.
It's only my
22
second one after. Jeez.
God, no, don't beat
I
them
told
up.
you I'm going to pace myself today.
One every 11 minutes. That's not bad.
Even if they were to pull off this upset, I think they still find a loss.
Oh, I
down the
agree,
road.
but I don't think they're going to find two.
I don't know. I mean, again, it comes down to injuries. We're going to see how good, I guess, both of these teams are. I mean, we don't have a barometer on Alabama. I think Florida's good.
You got a little bit of a barometer on Alabama.
I'll say this, Miami
Florida.
sucks.
I respect
Miami
Florida
sucks.
a lot. I respect Florida a lot.
Okay,
and especially in that atmosphere, I think you know a little bit about Alabama.
A little bit. Well, we know nothing about Ole Miss.
Yeah. Okay, tell me this. Let's do 3 and out. You've got some questions. We've got a sponsor for that, and then we've got some answers. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Give me a second again. I mean, my ears are ringing.
LT.
So weak.
LT, give me a sponsorship here.
Yeah, hold on.
Vulcan Tires got 4 locations.
Hey,
That's
I know about Vulcan Tire. I'm trying to find because I did this yesterday, I think, hopefully. Yeah, here we go. Take your vehicle by any of those 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, more likely upset. Would you take Stanford over Oregon this weekend on the Farm, or Kentucky in Lexington, where, by the way, they haven't won since Top Gun was the #1 movie in America in 1986 over the Florida Gators?
Easy answer for me, Stanford all the way. Stanford's going to win this game. Stanford is going to win this game outright. Oregon is going to be knocked out, and with it, the Pac-12. That does it for the Pac-12. Dead, buried, gone. Stanford beats Oregon, ends the season for the Pac-12 before we're even 3 days into October.
I just told you I believe in Florida.
Yep.
But I would, of those 2, I would take Kentucky to upset Florida more. I think Oregon is the best team in the Pac-12. They survived the trip to the Farm. It's nothing to play there in front of a 70% capacity.
And they're all on their laptops
Stadium.
anyway.
Yeah, exactly. As opposed to playing at the Horseshoe, where that team's already won. Your disrespect for Mario Cristobal in Oregon offends me, bro.
Who, me?
Yes.
Anthony Brown is going to have a bad game. I kind of lean Kentucky's got the better opportunity. I think both these games are really going to be tight. I do. I do think Oregon right now is the best team in the Pac-12. Stanford defensively, I just don't know if they can stop Oregon and what they do running the football with Verdell and Dye. I'd love to see it.
Second down.
We were talking Saban assistant, so how about this? Which former Saban assistant has a better chance of being upset this week? Sark at TCU or Jimbo hosting Mississippi State? I've got a really good feel on one of these games.
It's got to be Jimbo hosting Mississippi State. Look, here's the thing about Mississippi State. They are outgaining their opponents 2-1 on a almost weekly basis, and they can't punch it in the red zone. That's their problem.
No.
I mean, they look, that whole Memphis thing was a total mess, but they outgained Memphis 2-1. They outgained LSU. I don't know what the exact yardage was in that game, but they outgained LSU.
I think Mississippi State's a pretty good team.
I do too. I think they got to figure out the red zone, and they'd be a really solid team.
I also think, Dunaway, TCU's a pretty good team. The problem has been Gary Patterson is a defensive guy. His defense, this is going to blow you away. The last 2 games, California and then the loss to SMU, they've given up almost 1,100 yards of offense. And so the defense has got to get much better. And now you've got Sark coming off a 70-point performance where Bijan, and he's got his quarterback in Casey Thompson. So the offense looks to be clicking. But the problem is he can't beat Gary Patterson, or Texas can't. Gary Patterson, 6-1 against the Horns.
Sark doesn't know that. Texas wins easily there. If you want to make that our stake bet, we can do that. Circle back to that. I like Texas, the other one for me.
Third down.
This ain't losing. They fixed Texas. Sark fixed Texas by switching quarterbacks.
Okay.
Trouble for Oklahoma next week.
Bigger number, the combined score of Auburn LSU or Alabama's total points. So I'll give you Auburn and LSU or Alabama.
Take Alabama.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the Auburn LSU number, the total is 55.5.
I can see that game being 23-17. What's that quick math? 40?
That is 40.
Yes.
That's how that works. The
Alabama for me.
Yeah, I
More
think
than
I would probably
40.
go Alabama. There were people asking us earlier, is the total of 80 the biggest total you can remember in an Alabama game?
It's one of the biggest totals I've ever seen in college football.
Yeah. So you've obviously never seen an Alabama one.
It's the biggest total in Alabama history.
Yeah.
Play the under in this thing, by the way.
Go under? You think
Yeah.
it's going under?
Listen, a lot of people commented about 2014 Auburn putting up 630 yards inside Bryant-Denny. You
That's
commented
right.
yesterday.
Yeah,
Got a lot of that.
Yeah. I said I didn't think it happened, and it's happened at least twice I could find. The 2014 Auburn game, which Auburn lost, and the 2001 LSU game, which LSU won.
Yeah.
4th down.
3 downs.
That is third down.
Out.
That's
This
right.
is the out.
Pull a James Franklin and punt on 3rd down. Okay, bigger number, the combined score of Arkansas, Georgia, or Ole Miss's total point production Saturday. And just to give you guys the number right now for Arkansas, Georgia, that total is sitting at 48.5. Do you think Ole Miss scores over, if you think this is going to be right around the number 48 points?
Oh, I think Georgia wins 27-17.
I think I'll take
Don't like some unders.
He really does. I think I'll take Ole Miss points here because I think Georgia Arkansas goes under.
No, I do think they go under.
Yeah.
But I also think Ole Miss doesn't score as many as expected. I think Alabama wins this game. I think Alabama wins this game 45-27.
I
want to get what Ole Miss's point total is right now.
You just read it. I love the way you randomly just Alabama.
Nobody else just picture what they think the score is going to be.
45 to purple.
Does nobody do that? You close your eyes, you think you see the scoreboard? Nobody does that?
Oh, yeah. I try to predict scores. I never get them right, but I try to predict them. Although I did last night get 3 points on upset alert, did I not?
Not.
Virginia winning outright.
What was the point spread?
4.
That's
So what does he
2
get?
points. That's 2 points.
Your scoring system's like a play.
I don't know the scoring
Oh
system
my
either.
gosh.
It was 4, though.
It's real easy. 3.5.
I don't think it was 4 when I picked it. I hate to sound like wimp,
But was it over 7? Was it 7.5?
I think it was 6.5.
Okay.
I'll go back and look.
So 3.5.
Well, I don't know how you're going to find that.
I wrote it down in my notebook. I don't know if you know this. Is the first time we've done a show away from the studio, and that's where my notebook is.
3.5 to 7.5. And that's you got to be 3.5 to pick the game.
Right. That's
so
7.5.
in between that's a 2
points.
point.
Okay.
Sound right. Over 7.5. We call it a super dog to steal from game day.
Thank you, Desmond.
Gives you 3 points.
Yeah.
Now that is 3 and out. Brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yes, locally owned and operated. Make sure you take your vehicle by, get a look at those brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper. Took the daughter's car just a couple of weeks ago. Fantastic work these guys do. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireAuto.com.
For just a brief moment, I forgot we were doing a show.
Really?
Yeah, as I was explaining that, just for a brief moment there. Appreciate the questions from LT. Are you ready to do your lock? There are people standing by wanting to hear the lock.
Yeah, have you done it and we missed it? That was the question we got in the last break.
LT, just real quick.
Yep.
You've missed this. Now that you can't hear and the headset's so loud.
I'm deaf.
Brown has blown both of these speakers.
I did not blow the speakers.
Are they working, Brown?
They're not, but it's not my fault. Why do you think I blew them?
I think you were.
I don't know how you guys
can
can hear.
Huh? I can hear just. I'm fine.
Well, they come up to us in the last segment, told us these speakers have
Look,
stopped working.
I don't own the speakers, and I did nothing to the speakers. Lance, you got a lock?
I do have a lock.
That's Brown not wanting to pay for the speakers.
I'm not going to pay for the speakers. I didn't do anything to them.
Shrimp's not going to make you pay for the speakers.
Well, that's good.
The band they belong to made tonight.
I'm pretty confident in saying the best 1-3 team in the American right now is Tulsa. Tulsa's had some tough losses. Now they're hosting Houston. The number sits at 3.5. Clayton Tune has struggled with turnovers for Dana Holgerson at quarterback. I like Tulsa. I like the Golden Hurricane. Again, this is a really good team that's lost some tough games. Lost a tough game to Ohio State. They should have beaten Oklahoma State, but I think they bounce back here in a big way. I like Tulsa minus the 3.5.
And that is the lock brought to you by Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes as well. Free quotes, whatever you're doing, whether you're remodeling or whether you're fixing a problem. 205-516-4927, 516-4927, or ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. Brownie, Joey, and the glow sticks are over here. They want to know why the hell their speakers don't work anymore.
Tell them Lance had to keep his hearing.
You've shorted these things out.
I haven't touched the speakers.
So we've done a lock. We've done 4 downs. We've done our headlines. Rockstar, that means only one thing is left. That means it is time for the Pick 6, and we'll do that coming up in our next segment as we broadcast from Innisfree in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Big game weekend. 2 segments to go on this Friday, but don't forget the party continues here at Innisfree all day, all night long, and all game day before and after the game in Tuscaloosa. Always come by here, Innisfree in Tuscaloosa. Check on Trip and the guys. And this is where our buddy Clay Travis and the Outkick crew is broadcasting from today as well. They're here this afternoon. We'll actually record a last call with Clay Travis with our friends at Redmond Vodka this afternoon here. The Bud Light truck is here. Bud Lights for everyone. Special price for that. Great sponsor of the show. And they do tell me that Jim lost cool points again, being the old guy inside Innisfree. This is not on the Strip. This is outside of the Strip.
That's right. Strip ended down there.
Main area downtown.
Yep.
But you know where Innisfree is. It's a landmark in Tuscaloosa, and that's where the broadcast center is all weekend long for the big noon kickoff. Clay Travis and our buddies at Outkick. When we come back, the Pick Six. We'll talk about all the games on the slate with you on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club, 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape, and it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me, I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653. Buying a house is stressful. Selling a home is stressful. It's an emotional process leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to the home of your dreams. You need a realtor to help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mack Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Call Holly Mack Wilson and let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Keller Williams Tuscaloosa realtor.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajaga brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the next round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Those big home games are coming, and you need the game day gear from the Pants Store. Game day polos from Cutter & Buck, Antigua, and Taylor & Mick. Every guy loves a great hat. The Pants Store has all the hats, Yeti coolers, cups, Huggies, plus sunglass brands for men and women. Ray-Ban, Costa, and Gooder. See everything at pantsstore.com, including ladies' game day fashion in smocked waist shorts, skirts, skirts, booties, and bodysuits. All this at 5 locations of the Pants Store in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and online at pantsstore.com.
You'll have to see it to believe it.
Gosh, dang.
Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. With the promise of the big one around every turn and a party around every inch of the campground, it's a tradition like no other, at a track like no other. And after it's all over, you still won't believe it ever happened. NASCAR Playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd.
Man, that was wild.
Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, are you suffering from that lower back pain? Get moving this fall with our friends at Stretch Zone. Great for golfers, runners, desk jockeys, weekend warriors, and more. To learn more, book an appointment, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebeham.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back with you on the next round. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Redmond Vodka. We appreciate the next round cups that they have for us to enjoy our beverages on the road. And you can enjoy Redmond Vodka responsibly during this big showdown weekend.
Yeah, hey, look, if you are heading down this weekend, make sure you pick up a bottle of the Redmond Vodka right there. As you can see it, Redmond Vodka is locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. And remember, last call coming up. I don't know, will that go live tonight or tomorrow?
Next week.
Next week.
Yes.
So next week we will have another edition of Last Call presented by Redmond Vodka.
Yeah, always appreciate them. And is that why we have this shipment of Redmond Vodka in this box where we ran out of T-shirts and under all the T-shirts was bottles of Redmond vodka?
Yes.
Is it for display or is it for consumption?
It's for both.
Okay. Didn't know if when you're done shooting the show that we could have it for the tailgate.
We can probably share some. We got to save some though for special guests coming up.
Okay. Looking forward to that. Special guest coming up. All right. Already on the show today, John Metchie has been with us. John Parker Wilson and T-Bob Hebert. If you like T-Bob's rants, a classic one with T-Bob today. Good information from John Parker Wilson. Let's get our Buffalo Wild Wings pick 6 cranked up here, LT. Tell us about Buffalo Wild Wings, and then we'll run through these 6 games and break them down. I also have the list of where right now on our website people are trending on the picks, and I'll pass that along to our listeners as well.
8 locations in the Birmingham Central area, almost 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. Place to be on football Saturdays and Sundays is Buffalo Wild Wings, brand new remodeled location in Hoover on Highway 280 with walls and walls of TVs. Seen the Highway 280, it's a beautiful location. 2 new locations also coming late 2021, Chelsea and Oxford. Takeout also available, remember, through that Buffalo Wild Wings app. Download it this weekend, the Buffalo Wild Wings app.
Okay, you do not want me to pass out the...
Well, I just don't know if that's... I don't know. Do you think that's the right thing to do? I don't think so either.
Okay, so it's not fair to the people.
Well, I don't think it's fair to the people that have already entered.
Well, I'm looking at special information that I'm not allowed to share with you.
Well, you are.
But I'm going to.
I was a little surprised it got sent to you. Honestly, that was on the same text. I was like, this is going to be on the air.
I was just going to say that this is the list I got to use because I can't pull up the website. So many people are voting, right?
Okay.
Okay, is it back up?
Oh yeah, website's up.
Okay. I'm still going to use this list.
Okay, go ahead. You are hell bent to use that list. Have at it.
Alabama is playing host to Ole Miss. We've talked about that game. Arkansas is at Georgia. LSU Auburn, we've talked about that. Let's start with the games we haven't talked about on the list, specifically Oklahoma State, LT, as they're taking on Baylor this weekend. This is one of those games that involves unbeaten versus unbeaten. Tell me something about this game I haven't heard about yet.
Well, look, I give Dave Aranda a lot of credit again in our stock up, stock down. He was my stock up because they were 2-7 last year. Jerry Bohannon's playing pretty good at the quarterback position. Oklahoma State, though, 14-7 against the number against Baylor since 2000. But Baylor on the other side, 4-1 against the number. Their last 5 as a road dog. 3.5. This number is about right. Very difficult game. I lean Oak State to win, but I could see them win by 3. 3.5, a little too much for me to lay right now.
Baylor is running the football and playing defense. They lead the Big 12 in rushing, 273 a game. They're second in the Big 10 in defense.
That's how you win.
Top of the Big 12 in scoring defense, second in scoring offense. So they're running and playing defense, which is, by the way, you say it's how you win, and you're right, Lance, but it's not necessarily been a formula for winning in the Big 12. But so far, Dave Aranda's doing it. I think I like Baylor in this.
Yeah, I don't trust what Baylor has done so far, and I trust, even though it's not marquee names, I trust where Oklahoma State's been, and could end up being the winner of this game inside track to the Big 12 championship game. You said earlier this week, LT. You still believe that?
I still do believe that, and I agree with you that Oklahoma State's had more difficult opponents. Again, I think Tulsa's not a bad 1-3. They played at Boise. They won that game. They played a undefeated Kansas State team, led that game wire to wire, won by double digits last week. And Baylor does have the win over a top 20 team in Iowa State, but Iowa State did everything possibly they could to give that game away.
When you think of Oklahoma State football under Mike Gundy, what do you think of?
Disappointment.
No, you think of offense, and the offense hasn't been great.
Well, they're 74th in the country. 74th in the country in passing offense. Do you know who is 73rd?
Auburn,
who just benched their quarterback in the last game. Oklahoma State is a spot behind Auburn in passing offense. You don't think of that when you think Mike Gundy.
You really don't. That's a good point, Brownie.
Thank you.
Changing my pick now right here online. You too can play at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Buffalo Wild Wings pick 6 as we continue that. Notre Dame is hosting Cincinnati. That's one of the games you have to pick there. We haven't spoken a lot about it, though we talked early on. I see where Desmond Ridder has 7 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. This has not been the same Desmond Ridder we have seen in the past. Last year, it was a great version of him. He hasn't reached back to that potential yet this year.
I think you will see him reach back to that potential this week against this Notre Dame defense. I really do like Cincinnati in this spot on the road a lot. They're a road favorite against a ranked opponent for the first time since 2009. And, I think they kind of got the butterflies out of the way in Bloomington against Indiana. A game they should have lost, came storming back in the second half. They force a lot of turnovers, and I do think that Desmond Ridder will play a really, really good game.
They do force a lot of turnovers. That defense has played well for Cincinnati. So much talk about Desmond Ridder as it pertains to his Heisman candidacy. But that defense has played well, and they lost their defensive coordinator in the offseason. He's one of the hottest names in college football.
Yeah, Marcus Freeman,
Yep.
and guess what? He's going to be on the other sideline.
That's right. And their defense hasn't really missed a beat, just giving up 15 points per game. And if you watch that Indiana game, I was impressed by what they did in that game, because that game could have gotten away from them early, and they stayed with their plan. Luke Fickell didn't panic, and they end up winning that game going away. A lot of it because their defense created the turnovers.
The game you wanted me to add in here, there was one of the we had the ones that were automatic: Alabama and Ole Miss, Arkansas, Georgia, LSU, and Auburn, Notre Dame, Cincinnati. We added, you had like 5 good games left that we put in: the Baylor Oklahoma State game, and then the Oregon game against Stanford. So let's talk a little bit about that. Oregon and the Ducks on the farm down there. This Oregon team, still to date, to me, has the best win in college football.
Look, Anthony Brown has mobility, and that's one of the reasons he's in this offense. And I do think right now Joe Moorhead is calling really good games. We saw it up close and personal week 2 against Ohio State in Columbus. But I think the best quarterback on the field is going to be Tanner McKee. I think he's better than Anthony Brown. It's a different type of quarterback totally.
Yeah, but I agree with that. I'll agree with that. But what about the people around him?
Oh, Oregon's got more talent.
Oregon's got more talent, and Anthony Brown doesn't have to win the game. He just has to distribute it to C.J. Verdell and those guys.
Yeah, and I think if you're pulling for the upset, if you want to see chaos this Saturday, I think you're going to get what I would call a tease job here. I think Stanford will play this game extremely close, and I think in the end, Oregon will find a way to win this game. Stanford 9-3 against the number of their last 12 as a home dog. I think on the farm they find a way to cover this game, but I think Oregon gets the win.
So only you say that Oregon's got the best win in college football this year, and I do agree with that.
It's got to be, right?
Yeah, but only Ole Miss, Arkansas, or Stanford could eclipse that this week, do you think? Indiana at Penn State, you wouldn't call that a bigger win than Oregon at Ohio State. No. I said Ole Miss, Arkansas, or Stanford.
Yeah, Stanford. Yeah, Stanford beating Oregon would be big, but anything the SEC does this week, if Arkansas upsets Georgia,
those are definitely the biggest. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Yeah.
Right now, the only 2 givens, and I'm to the point where I put Oregon in that. To me, the playoffs right now are Alabama, Georgia, Oregon, and we're fighting for number 4.
Well, yeah, to your point, if those teams don't lose another game, they are 100% in. No problem.
Yeah, but I think Dunaway's saying that Oregon can still afford a loss in the Pac-12. I think their problem is if they lose the even if they're undefeated and lose the Pac-12 championship game, I don't know if you put them in. That's the big game for them. Of course, I don't see anybody in the South that can beat them right now.
Nope. I don't either. That UCLA Arizona State game is big as well. Buffalo Wild Wings pick 6. We'll put a wraps on that in the final segment and talk about the game here in Tuscaloosa and see if LT can give us one story. We just want one story, LT, of your time either at Innisfree, Tuscaloosa, or Birmingham, or any bar during your college days here in Tuscaloosa that you can tell us on the air. Because this is your first time here to spend the night in a while, because our buddy Clay Travis is in town. You've got a lot of work to do this afternoon, tonight, tomorrow, so you're staying here overnight. And it's had to borrow a phrase from Notre Dame, it's had to wake up some echoes deep in your soul. So find us one nugget from your college days here that you will share with us on the air when we come back. It's the show being brought to you by our friends at Standard Insurance Agency. When you go through life and maybe you have a story like LT's about to tell us, you need good insurance.
Yeah, you definitely do. And listen, auto rates have lowered 4 times in the last 12 months. So it's a great time to get a insurance checkup from Jessup Standard and the Standard Insurance Group. They've been serving the Southeast for more than 20 years. Get an insurance checkup by having your coverages of what you pay each month. Call them today, 205-664-3200, 205-664-3200, and let them run the numbers, see if they can save for you. You can also visit them on the web, standardforInsuranceGroup.com. It's not behind the seats. standardforInsuranceGroup.com. My gosh.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during their summer of freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever, because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit them online, amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit them online for more information. Go to amfirst.org. Again, go online, amfirst.org.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from my friends at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. See their entire line of mattresses at RoyalBeddingInc.com. Right now, more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something. And that's what you get at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. Birmingham's only mattress factory and family-owned. Tom Ginger and TJ Vignale have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years. Stop by and see them on Highway 31 in Pelham and feel the difference of a custom-made mattress from Royal Bedding.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
All right, final segment of the show on what is a beautiful, beautiful afternoon here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. As we get ready, a lot of people already planning their role and how quickly they're going to get down to the south side, or excuse me, uptown, for the new stadium opening tomorrow for UAB. Remember, as Mark Ingram told us on the air earlier this week, the parking for UAB games are going to open 6 hours before kickoff. That'll be pretty traditional. They've got Blazer Village. You've got the bars down there and everything that's perfect for you to take advantage of your pre-gaming. Go watch all the games you want to watch and then go in and support the Blazers. If you don't have tickets yet, I don't know if they've announced the hard sellout yet.
I haven't seen it.
Finish that ticket, get the tickets, and if you get stuck without tickets, our friends at Antics can take care of you. Same way for Talladega. If you need tickets, you want to sit in a specific place, and they don't have those left for you at the Super Speedway, you can get those from our friends at Antics as well. But TalladegaSuperspeedway.com for that big race on Sunday.
We're a little late in the game, but do you think one of our local corporations will buy up the remainder of the tickets so it could be a sellout? You see that happen sometimes, like Nebraska trying to get that sellout streak alive.
I'm not sure they're going to have to do it for this
Okay.
game.
I don't know. I don't know how close they are to the sellout.
Some more games in our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6. LT, give us one more thought about Buffalo Wild Wings and the great folks, especially the remodel location on Highway 280.
Yeah, 8 locations in the Birmingham Central Alabama area. You mentioned the new remodeled locations. Highway 150 in Hoover, Highway 280, wall-to-wall TVs. They've got 2 new locations coming late 2021, Chelsea and Oxford. It's a great place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays. Almost 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. And remember, the takeout is available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app.
All right, let me see if I can get the USS Alabama to the end of the show here in this hat.
Don't run us ashore.
Thank you to the folks again here at Innisfree for what they've done. All right, the 3 games that are left to talk about, and we've hit them a lot, but Arkansas and Georgia, the health of KJ Jefferson is so important. The fact, too, I think that this is an 11 a.m. game. You've been to a lot of games in Athens, LT. I don't think this is going to be as juiced of a Sanford Stadium as it would be if this was a 6 p.m. game.
Well, I think it needs to be, and I don't know if Kirby sold that to his fan base. Arkansas just offensively, Traylon Burks, Traylon Smith, good players. KJ Jefferson is a raw talent that seems to be getting better. Arkansas defensively, I think they can play with Georgia's offense. I haven't seen Georgia's offense outside of the UAB game really bust out.
Yeah.
Now, I'll say UAB's defense is a really good defense.
But you haven't seen them tested.
Yeah. So with all that said, Georgia, to me, just too good. There's a reason this number's where it is. This 18.5, this is the largest spread versus top 10 SEC teams, a top 10 matchup in the SEC in the history of the conference.
Whoa, say that again now.
Georgia minus 18.5. It's a top 10 matchup between Georgia and Arkansas. This is the largest top 10 matchup number ever between SECs. The other one was Alabama against A&M minus 18, and that was a couple of years ago back in I forgot what year. When did Bama win 33-14? They covered. by a point.
Yeah, I remember that. I can't remember the year, but I remember the game you're
But
talking
this is
about.
the biggest number.
It was last year, wasn't it? Nope.
No, last year was like 52-24 or something like that. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, so to me, this comes down to Arkansas's ability to run the ball in the Georgia rush defense, one of the best in the country. Georgia's, they give up 70 yards a game. Arkansas rushes it for like 270 a game. So you see the difference there, right?
Yeah, and I brought up the stat, and this is one of the more incredible things that you'll hear. Georgia has now gone 35 consecutive games without giving up 200 rushing yards.
Wow.
All right. So we talked a lot about Auburn. We talked a lot about Alabama. We're down to the final 3.5 minutes of the show.
Time for Lance to make his speech to the crowd. Lance,
take it.
Oh,
killed
wow,
it.
you killed that thing.
Oh, there
Is that
you
two?
go. Two down.
That's only two.
All
That's
right.
only two.
So give me one story from Lance's life here in Tuscaloosa. I mean, you don't have to tell me the one that gets you in trouble. You don't have to tell
Statute
me.
of limitations.
Just give me a good story, a good Lance in college story.
Well, I think an entertaining one was, so in 94, 95, Baumhauer bought a spot. Bob Baumhauer bought a spot and called it
Wingfingers.
It was called the Bama Beach Club.
Oh, Bama Beach Club.
And it's on the Strip.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know what it is right now, but before it was the Bama Beach Club, it was called Nick's. And we all went to, and this is a big place, big layout. I would say it's almost, to compare it in Birmingham without the upper deck, I would go Iron City.
Okay.
So it's a big floor plan.
All right.
A lot of bands there. We went to see the Marshall Tucker Band.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is the upset of the day,
Yeah.
that Lance went to see the Marshall Tucker Band.
So in 1994, they probably would have been, 61?
I don't know. They were old.
All right.
But there was, and you could see like the tension amongst different guys. It was building throughout the concert.
Uh-huh.
And then they got to the encore, Can't You See? And I've never seen a fight break out like this. But the fight goes from inside of where they're playing, and they continue to play through it. Like, don't stop. They're just playing. Can't you see?
We got paid to play.
And it is a complete brawl. And I'm talking probably 50, 60 people involved in the brawl. But it goes out into the lobby, and people probably know the location that I'm talking about that have been to Tuscaloosa for the last couple of decades. A guy got picked up and thrown through that glass window.
Oh, my gosh.
No way.
Yeah, that's how bad the fight got. But that was just, one of the many chaotic nights, and a lot of that stuff was a blur. That was years and years and years
Were you
ago.
in the fight?
Did you start the fight?
I was close by.
Rockstar, can you answer this question? Was it the guy that used to be on the Trash Open? Was it the Marshall Tucker Band concert? He saw his dad.
Molly Hatchet.
Molly Hatchet. My bad. Molly Hatchet.
Out of respect for the music, we just nodded.
We just nodded and moved on.
Well, that's an interesting story. We've had.
I didn't want to give you a downer there, Dunaway. I just there's too many stories to tell.
A lot of our viewers have sent us this video from some pizzeria. I don't know where it is. It was on Barstool the other night too. Of
I thought you were going to bring up. We got abroad a pizzeria in Birmingham. I was hoping there wasn't video on that one.
This was not video of you, but it was at a pizzeria, and it was almost like it was teamed up because the guys in the black T-shirts started hitting on the guys in the white T-shirts who were working behind the counter, and then it turned into like a fight of about 9-10 people. Like everybody in the kitchen were fighting with each other. Like I don't think any customers were involved. It was just everybody on the staff there. But Brown, they have taken, what's the thing called where you slide the pizzas into the hot stove?
The pill.
The pill? Okay, so that big
cracking people with it.
The bigger the stick. So the guy's got it. He's hitting one guy. He's got it turned sideways. He's hitting one guy.
That's why to do it. You got to turn it sideways.
He's turning it sideways. He's doing it, and now they're beating up on each other. It's two people hitting on one.
Oof.
Then somebody from the kitchen comes out with a ladle. No joke. He's got just a big long ladle, and he's hitting people. And red sauce is going everywhere. It's a classic piece of video. It's a fun show here at Innisfree, Tuscaloosa. Fun weekend. We hope you enjoy it. Thanks to Forrester and Rockstar for putting this all together. And Brownie, you did a wonderful job hooking up all the.
And thanks to Tripp and Derek and all of the Innisfree guys for what they do, for allowing us to come and invade their space. And as you said, Dunaway, we're going to be here all weekend long. So really looking forward to this. It's a great place. The atmosphere is awesome. If you've been before, I haven't been to Tuscaloosa in a couple of years, and this is the place to come. So make sure you drop by.
Absolutely. And we'll be back with you live on Monday at 9. Brown and I will have the recap, the Saturday breakout for you for Sunday and Monday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan